Well, looks like it's time, so let's go. Hello! Oops, that's in the way. Let's move that back out of the way. How's everybody doing? I've got, I think, things pretty much laid out for the stream, so I don't think it'll be a you know, super long one. Probably be a couple hours. Hi, Gremlin, how you doing? I'm working on a whole bunch of different little things tonight. I'll show you. Because I've got a bunch of Christmas dice that I've been making. I'm working on making advent calendars. I'm making a couple of dice advent calendars. Just to see how it goes. And I have a few more dice that I need to make. I have a few more beyond this too, but I need to make some pieces to go into them. But I think I've got my materials kind of laid out. I'm going to do a couple of D2s. Ooh, first set of blank core dice in the pot. Oh, cool. That's exciting. I'm excited to see what you make with those. So we're going to do, I am going to do, speaking of the blank dice, I am going to do the second part of the space dice that we did last time. These are matte, so they don't look as shiny as they could. Here, I'll show you these ones that are the same colors. So it's going to be, man, there's so much glare. See if it'll focus. It never likes to focus when I try to bring things up close. Come on. You can do it, camera. I believe in you. There we go. But kind of spacey colors. They look more blue on camera. There's some purple and some stuff in there too. You didn't get to experiment with your first set, just painted them with metallic. Oh, that's pretty cool though. I can see that being pretty cool. Yeah, these are the ones that are gonna go with the liquid core ones from last time. If you haven't seen those, I'm just shaking off a little bit. Here's the D20. So we're going to put some stars and stuff on the blanks and then put those into the molds with some clear resin with just a little bit of gold shimmer to it. Yeah, the D20 and the 2 D10s for this set all have liquid cores, and the other ones are going to have the blank inserts with the stars and stuff on them. I also have I have fate dice that match that, so the ones with the pluses and the minuses, and one of them had a bubble in it, so I'm just gonna fill that up with a little bit of resin to match as well. Man, I got these. Hi, Jen. T-poses in anticipation of fun. I got these because of a commission. I got these because someone wanted like a little moon and stuff in their commission, and then I was like, yeah, go ahead and send me a link to what you want to get, and they're like, oh no, I just bought them and shipped them to you. And I'm like, oh, thank you. It's very nice of you. So yeah, they're so pretty. So we're definitely gonna use those. I need to grab down the UV resin to attach them all. So that is one of the plans. We're gonna fill in, add the stars to the blank inserts and put those into the molds. It wasn't even you this time. Usually Jen's being my sugar mama, but yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do that. I also have the, that's why it's funny. I know, I just have so many people that are being so supportive, and it's so nice. Although in this case it was for a commission that I was making for them, so didn't feel too bad about that one. Yeah, including the D2 here, which has all the sparkly shimmery colors as well. Right, those. The ones for the advent calendars, I've got all sorts of different little things. So I've got a couple of D2s that we're going to do with some foil, some iridescent flakes and some golden copper foil, and then like some gold shimmer to it. I need another mixing cup here. Just grab another mixing cup. Haha. I did some reorganizing of my workspace the other day. I posted photos of it on social media, but man, it just looks so pretty. I have everything like organized by color now, which I kind of did before, sort of. But I've got all of my glitters and all here. I'm going to show you because it's just so pretty to me. Look at all of the look at all the pretty things. All the pretty things on the shelves. Okay. There's you. Hello. There's you. Infinite reality. There we go. Get that back where it's supposed to go. All right. So we're gonna do some D2s. I'm gonna do a couple of D4s, and I want them to be. They're gonna be like a matte brown. That sounds like a name. No. They're gonna be matte, and I'm just gonna do kind of like a dark brown color. And like maybe that doesn't sound very Christmassy, but I'm planning on like inking them in red, and I think that maybe they'll look kind of gingerbready. If they don't turn out. To be fair, I'm just cheap. And it sometimes works. I usually try to do it with like similar colors. Like, and there's still flecks of resin in here, but it's black resin. I'm gonna use it with black resin. So it's like, I might as well. So yeah, matte brown D4s. I'm gonna do a couple of D6s. I did a couple of commissions recently where I did them like half and half. Oh, actually, wait, I already did a half and half D6. One of the D6s that I did for the set already is like half dark blue, and then it has some of the stars on it, and then it's like clear. And I'm wondering whether it would be too similar to now do a set that's like half black and half gold. Like, would it be like just the two sets of D6s would be kind of half and half? I could switch a couple things around. Let's see what I've got here. I could switch that around and and a D10. Actually, we might do that. I'm gonna just make a note here. This is gonna be actually D6, and this is gonna be a D10. All right, so we're actually gonna do the D10s half black and then half gold. I'm gonna do the black half with some gold glitter in it. Hi, how you doing, Omar? And then the D6s, I wanted to do like brown with like some book pages, so it's kind of like a book. Let me see. What do I have? I had a book somewhere. Did I take it upstairs? I had a book somewhere that was for arts and crafts projects. I wonder if I took it upstairs. And so it's not here. Just kind of chilling. That's nice. That's nice. Alright, so we might not do those D6s tonight. Because yeah, Jen did preemptively try to T-pose to assert dominance. Okay, so we're not going to do the D6s. You asking me how I am, or just everyone in general? We're going to do a couple of D10s. They're going to be kind of like a couple of D10s. The idea is to do kind of like a coffee or tea kind of thing. Yes, to all. I'm good. I'm good. I'm just chilling. I've been sanding things all day, so my arm's kind of sore. It was like a mistake, but also necessary. I ordered a third tumbler for polishing things. It's black tea. It's black tea. Ugh. Okay, so that one's going to be kind of brown with some white swirls in it. These are D12s. I'm just going to do a matte black. We have matte brown and matte black. They're friends. It's very confusing because they're both named Matt. No, matte brown, matte black. Just because I'm going to do that with like gold, you know. It's exciting, but it also means that I'm going to have to do a lot more sanding. But I did the kind of math recently. You're super confused because your name is Matt. We've got Gremlin Matt, we've got Matt Brown, and we've got Matt Black. Man, yeah, that's gotta be confusing. Yeah. Every once in a while, like, I'll watch something and someone will say, we'll have, like, the name Liz or something, and someone will say Liz, and I'm like, what? Why is my name being said? Yes, meet Matt Brown and Matt Black. What was I just saying? Oh, the polishing tumbler. I did the too many mats, like too many cooks, spoils the broth. I did the math recently, so like I've kind of figured out that it takes maybe like 2 weeks for things to polish completely. 2 weeks in the tumbler to polish completely. And I can fit like 30 dice into a tumbler at a time. So that's 3 almost 4 sets. Is that right? What, 8 and 8 is 16 plus 8 is 24. Plus 8 would be 32. So we'll say 4 sets. Or 4 sets, yeah. 4 sets minus 2. 4 sets would be 32. So, yeah. I guess I could have just done 16 times 2. That would have been faster math. Oh, well. Yeah, I know. Sets of 8 now. Makes it confusing. But we'll say 4 sets. So I could do 4 sets at a time. And it takes about 2 weeks to polish 4 sets. So that means it would take about, a month to polish 8 sets of dice. And I have 2 tumblers, so that would be 16 sets of dice, which would be fine if I was only making 16 sets of dice. But between like commissions, let's assume that I do like 3 commissions a month. That's probably about right, which is fun. I like doing commissions, but let's assume I do about 3 commissions a month. So that would be 13 sets left, right? Because I had 16. Yeah, 8 and 8. Yes. So that would be like 16 sets left. Oh, this is me needing to call for that. Okay. And then I'm also doing like sets of D6s and fate dice as well. So, let's say I do 2 sets of each of those. That's going to be, 2 sets of dice basically, because there's about 4 sets in each one of those, so we'll say 2 sets of dice. So that's like 11 sets. And then there's other random little things like single d20s and that sort of thing. There's just, I did the math and I'm like, I think I just don't have quite enough space to get as many sets done per month as I'd like to get done. So I ordered the 3rd one, but that does mean I'm going to have to do a lot more sanding a lot more often to actually keep them all full and running. Alright. The D20s here, I'm going to do kind of like a mica drop swirl. I tried doing a Petri. I just didn't like how it turned out. I'll show you. This is it's not even sewing supplies, but it's just random single dice. So I did some Petri. I did some green Petri. And I did like probably way too much white ink, so it kind of all pooled at the base. I just didn't really like how it turned out. So I'm going to try doing kind of a mica drop swirl instead. So we're going to cause all of those tendrils via shimmery green powder instead of the ink. But I am still going to add some green ink because I think it'll get pulled down with the shimmer and that'll be pretty, and still add a little bit of glitter because I think that'll be fun too. I just want to use more glitter now. I have the urge to like do more things with glitter now that I've kind of figured out how to make it work. So those are all the sets for the that's fair. Yeah, I kind of like how it looks too, but it just wasn't what I was going for. And like, it's gonna take a while, I think, for this white to cure completely. It's a little bit soft. So I'm just gonna try redoing it with the mica, which I know that I kind of like more. But maybe I'll use these for, I don't know. I'm still debating what I want to do for, so let me preface this. When I do send off sets of dice that people order, I throw in like an extra D4, usually a little crystal-shaped D4. I don't have one right in front of me. I have one behind me. There we go. This one's not sanded or anything, but I'll send like a little bonus crystal D4. And I've been kind of thinking, what should I send along with a set of jumbo dice? Because this just seems really small in comparison to a set of jumbo dice. And so I'm debating sending along like a bonus D20, but at the same time, they're kind of, but D20s are like more work than a D4. And actually I'm thinking of changing the D4 to a D6. Anyways, I might start doing D6s now that I've moved to doing the crystal D4s just in general anyways. So maybe I could just do D6s. I don't know. I'm still thinking on that. I don't need this. I got that figured out. Still wrong. I thought I fixed it. Alright, just a second. Which one? The one that says, oh, just a second. I think we're about to have some weird feedback. Let me mute myself because I'm on my own channel. Okay. Is it the one that says my shop, or is it the one in my about section? Because I thought I had fixed it, but maybe I didn't. The about section. Where is it? Alchemist Stash? If you click on... What? I'm not quite sure where you're... I'm not quite sure where you're looking. If you wanna shoot me a message or something, like, or if you to point out where that is, the shop banner. Oh, okay. I looked at that, and I just looked at that, and it looked like it was okay. But I'll take a look at it again after the stream. Okay. Anyways, last thing that we're gonna make. So, one of the one of the first set of dice that I ever put in my shop were galaxy dice. Let me see if I have any. Yeah, here we go. The first dice that I ever put in my shop were galaxy dice. We'll just grab a couple here. Yeah, these ones are in here because they didn't end up quite right, but this D12's good. And they look like this. So there's one of the galaxy dice. And I really like how they look, but because of how the glitter is on here, I can't really put them in the polishing tumbler to polish because the glitter's on the very outside. And so if I put them in there, it kind of wears off the glitter and it's not holographic glitter anymore. You see what's happening, Omar? With my shop banner. I don't know, if you have a solution or something, you know, let me know. But yeah, so I like the uneven glitter on these. Why is it doing that? That's strange. That's very strange. I think I know how to fix that, actually. I think I know what's going on, maybe. I think it's trying to fill in, because I didn't put HTTPS before. I just put alchemist-addict.com. And so it's probably trying to fill something in before that. I bet if I put the HTTPS stuff, it will fix it. Let's see if that fixes it. All right, I think it should work now. I think I fixed the issue. If not, I will have to look at it after the stream because I don't know what's causing the problem. It just worked for me. I just clicked on it and it seems to have worked. But anyways, Galaxy Dice. But if you want to test it, go for it. That'd be helpful. Galaxy Dice. First thing I ever put in the shop. Can't put them in the tumbler to polish, which just means they end up not being as nicely polished as my other dice. Oh, cool! Yay! Yeah, I just didn't have the I didn't put www and it got mad. I don't know why. It was just trying to autofill something in. So I want to make these so that I can put them in the polishing tumbler. Cool. To do that, I don't want to dust the glitter onto the inside of the mold. I want it to be inside of the resin. It went gar. And so I went and tested that out. And made some dice. And I like them. And they're still, you know, they still have like the same colors and everything. And I like them. They could have used maybe a little bit more glitter, I think. But one of the things that I liked about these Galaxy Dice was that the glitter was uneven. I liked that, you know, it was kind of in patches and it wasn't the same all throughout. And so I want to try and get kind of that same look with the uneven glitter. And to do that, I'm thinking that I might try using those same colors and do a dirty pour instead, so that they will end up a little bit more like, you know, these. Let's get these so you can see the colors, hopefully. So they won't end up as like linear. They won't end up with like a stripe in the middle. But I think I can get it so that the stars kind of end up more uneven, kind of like how the shimmery glitter art is in there. So I'm going to try doing that with the same colors. So I have my pigments that I usually use for my Galaxy Dice. I'm going to do a little bit of an experiment and see if we can get kind of the same look of the Galaxy Dice, but in a different way. That's the idea anyways. So I think that is everything that I need. I think that's everything that we're gonna do. So let's start getting some things ready. I think first up, here, let's get some things back so they're out of the way. Out of your way so you can see. They're not cluttering up the screen. There we go, a little cleaner. Let's add our stars to our little blank inserts and our D2 here. And for that, I think I'm going to grab some UV resin. And we're going to use a little bit of that to kind of stick these on. And we're going for something that kind of matches our D20 and our D10s here that have our other stars with the liquid cores. So, I think I'm just going to do a moon on the D20. I think it's kind of fun to have the D20 that's a little bit different from everything else. So the D20 is going to have the moon, everything else is just going to have stars. I don't know, it always feels weird to me when there's like multiple moons. Liquid stars. It always feels weird to me when there's multiple moons and things. It's like, no, there's only one moon. So if we're going to do space dice, I just want the one moon. So let's get these attached. So we've got our D2, so D12, D8, D6, D4, and D2. We've got a whole bunch of stars here. Let's figure out what we want. I've got quite a few moons in here. A lot of fantasy worlds have 2 moons. That's true. That's fair. That's right. I guess there's more than 1 moon, but like not on Earth. I guess some places have more than 1 moon. But Earth only has 1 moon. All right. I think let's just pull out a few. I'm just gonna pull out a few stars. I guess. But it's space. I mean, we could do another moon. That'd be fine. It's fine. Fair. I'm thinking more night sky than space, though. Like I feel like there's a difference between night sky and space. These, I guess, are kind of spacey though. So I guess if I'm gonna be peer pressured into it, we could do more than one moon. We could do more than one moon. Maybe I'll do a smaller one. Let's grab a couple of bigger stars. You're a star. Oops, all moons. Yeah. No, I'll look and see if there's any moons that I like. Maybe we'll throw one or two more in. Peer pressure, peer pressure. I'm just trying to grab a couple of different things. Honestly, that's probably a good idea because there's a lot of different moons here. It'd probably be good to use some of them. So here, I'll grab a couple of moons. I don't want it to be all moons. We'll grab a couple. I'll grab like two more maybe. I got one in the D20. One in the D2 would probably be really cute. Probably one on the D2. And then I got a little tiny one that we could do. Oh, this one's cute too though. All right, I'll grab three more. Because they're all different, which is fun. All right, I'll probably need to grab some more stars and stuff as we go. Oh, there's some little tiny ones that have escaped. We'll just pick those up and put those with the other thing. Maybe I'll pick it up and put them with the others. Let's start attaching some of these, and we can see if we need to grab more. Here, I'll start with the D2, actually. I'll pull out my fancy UV resin tools, which is a pin. It's just a pin, but it just makes it a little bit easier to kind of glob things around a bit. So let me think about this. I want it probably kind of off to the side a little bit, the moon, so that we can see it. Otherwise, it's going to be blocked by the symbol. So let's add that over here. We'll use tweezers. I was going to try and grab it with some of the resin, but no, we'll just put that over there. And I think I could probably attach all of my little stars and everything to this one before we blast it with some, you know, UV light. Since it's flat, they're not going to slide off or anything. Let's see here. Just going to dot a little bit of resin in a couple of different spots, and we'll start adding things. And the UV resin, like, this probably might not be the best way to, oh, look, another little star. Oh, it appears to be attached to my table. Oh, there we go. Ah, I can't, it's so tiny I can't even grab it. There we go. Come on. The thing with the UV resin is, like, it does need light to actually cure it. So, like, this probably isn't the most, you know, efficient way to do this because it's hard to get the light through the metal pieces, but I think it'll hold it down enough to tack things in place. And then it shouldn't be a big deal. It's going to be encased in other resin anyways. Let's see here. Let's add a couple more little stars. I'll show you how it looks before I, it's 9:30 and I want a calzone. I mean, that's just a mood right there. So I didn't add very many, and part of that's just because a lot of it's going to be covered up by my symbol there. So, you know, it doesn't make sense to put a whole bunch of stars in there if they're just going to be covered up anyways. So that one's ready to go. Let's add some to maybe the tops of these, and then we can bake them all together. Yeah, no, I had some leftover chicken pot pie at like 4, so it's like 7:30 for me. It's 7:30 for me right now, and I had some at like 4. But I know that there is chicken that was baking right before I started streaming for some chicken sandwiches. So I'll probably have some of that after I'm done here. I need to go, I think, clean and ink some dice tonight anyways. I'm having a busy day. But, you know, that's what happens when, you know, the shop restocks on Friday. I really haven't mentioned it probably as much as I should that the shop is restocking on Friday. This seems like something that maybe I should mention at some point. But man, yeah, I don't know, I just, you know, like I was saying, I feel like I just can't get as much done as I would have liked to. And so I just feel like I'm a little bit behind. It's just like, oh gosh, I don't have as many things done, and it's just probably because I can't get as many things done as I'd like to get done because I just don't have room in my polishing tumblers. I think I am going to need to figure out how to be a little bit more efficient to get things done in like a better time frame. Just because, I don't know, the way I'm working now is not the most efficient. There's like some days where I'm just like, I'm not doing anything right now. But also I don't know what I should be doing. And then there's some days where I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm doing so many things today. Today was one of those days where I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm doing so many things today. But, yeah. Let's do a different star. We'll do a big one. I don't know how I feel. There's these, I'm gonna cook those. Yeah, this will be the Halloween restock, since it's beginning of October. So I'm hoping to have some spoopy dice with this restock. Well, I've got a few sets that, you know, for sure are gonna be done. But the graveyard dice are going to be done. I need to clean them. I literally pulled them out. I literally pulled them out of the tumbler this morning. The spooky ones. Ah, come on. But yeah, I made some. I might just toss those. I made some. Here, let me cook these while we chat. I made some sprinkle dice, and I made blank inserts with the sprinkles in them. And most of them turned out fine, but there was a couple where like a sprinkle got loose and like floated to the surface, and so it ended up with like a giant pockmark in it. So I might just, maybe I'll just remake some of those and do that set later. I think I might remake some of those and do that set later. I was hoping that it would be ready for Halloween because they're kind of Halloween sprinkles. I put the sprinkles here. If I can get out, there we go. They're on top of my shelf over here. So they're like Halloween sprinkles, but I think they're just not as, they're not up to my standards, I guess. I don't want to, they're not perfect, so I don't know if I mean, to be fair, there's sets where I'm like, this isn't perfect, but I think that they're still good. But these ones have kind of a flaw in them that I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I think I'll just remake them. Alright, so I don't know. I have these bigger stars here. And I put one on one of the liquid quartz. I don't think I'm going to be able to use them though on these because they're very curved, and so they stick out a whole bunch from the face. I don't really have that much room. Okay, there's the D2 done. That back over here. Let's get these some more. I was kind of wondering if maybe I could put one of those large stars on like a corner. I don't know. I wonder if I could put that on a corner. I don't know if that would work. I wonder if I can bend it a little bit. I wonder if I can bend this. Oh yeah, this is easy to bend. Never mind. Let's just maybe flatten it out if we can actually. We're just gonna try and flatten this out. It's still a little bit like concave, convex. I don't know which direction you want to go. But there we go. That's a lot better. Yeah, I'll just flatten those out. I think we can get that to work. All right, let's set a book on top of it. I do have some flowers that are pressing over here. They're under like a tub of clay that I have then wedged underneath a shelf. All right. So I'm gonna start there. Let's add that big one to the D12, I think. Since there's a lot of room on the D12. There's plenty of room for me to add. Alright. It's still a little... Okay, that's getting a little goopy actually. My UV resin there, I might need to add some more to my container. There we go. That's much flatter. That's good. It's not perfectly flat, but it's a lot flatter. I think it'll be flat enough that it'll fit inside the mold okay. That's the important part. Alright, let's see here. D6. Got that there. Let's add a couple to this side. Oh, we should add one of the moons to the D6, I think. Let's add one of the moons. Let's grab a little bit of... So let's add one of the smaller moons on this side, and then maybe along with one of the little tiny stars. If I can get any resin, it's definitely getting a little too goopy, maybe. All right, we're gonna add a moon and a little tiny star. A little tiny star. Yeah, not that much goop. Get off. Now there's too much goop, and I just can't get it onto my my pin. There we go. So I'll add a moon here. I'm just trying to get these so that they'll stay in place. And a little tiny star. If I can get it, if I can get them to lie flat. Okay. So there's our moon and star. It's not super clean with the UV resin, but it doesn't really need to be. Doesn't really need to be. Ooh, I think I have a little tiny moon. I think we'll put that on the D4. I think that'd be cute on the D4. So we'll do that. I think I'll just put the little tiny moon on the D4. Because I don't know that I want stars on like every side of the dice. You once again made another ASMR. I mean valid. Valid. Actually, have I ever played an ASMR? I don't know if I've ever played an ASMR. But also I don't play a ton of D&D. But like, you know, the aesthetic is always, I don't know, there's something about like, you need to complete your trifecta. I was gonna say there's something about ASMRs and tieflings and just the ability to go ham on the aesthetics that is very appealing. It's just like, yeah, I get that. I get that. Alright, let's grab a few more stars. A few more. You know, let's maybe use this other bigger star, because I haven't, let's flatten that out a bit. I'll put that on this side. I'm gonna add a little bit more UV resin to my container here. Alright. I know that I've played a tiefling once. I've only played a tiefling once, and it was for a one-shot, actually. But they were... You're currently playing a human? What if I play... to be fair, as like a kid, I always played an elf. Always played an elf. My brother usually played a dwarf, my mom would play a human. But I always played an elf. Alright, there's that. But no, I played a tiefling once, and they were like a light domain cleric. And so they were like... Oh, okay, alright. Gotta have a little bit of spice in there. But they had like, I think like an orange and yellow kind of color scheme going on, because that was something I hadn't really seen with a tiefling before. Like, there's obviously the classic red, but then I usually see like cool colors like blue and purple and green and that sort of thing. It's just like, I don't know. Let's go warm colors, but like not the warm colors that people necessarily expect. That seems like a fun idea. It'd be fun to go back and play some D&D again. It's been a while. It's been a while since I played some D&D. Let's grab another one of those. If I can. There we go. I can't grab anything. What class is the undead human that you're playing, Gremlin? Grab one of these. What is everybody's favorite class to play? Actually, that's a good question. I haven't played all of the 5th edition classes. Yeah, I haven't played all the 5th edition classes. Paladin's actually really fun to play. I enjoy playing Paladin. I've been playing like Artificer, but I don't know. There's something fun about Paladin. But I like doing, I don't know, I like tanking or doing DPS. Rogue's pretty fun. If I don't play some level of support class, I will molt out of my skin. It works out because I like doing DPS or tanking. Cleric of the Outlawed, Death God, and land ruled by a lich. Ooh. Oh, Bard is where you feel most of the time. I feel like if I was a D&D character, I'd be a Bard, but at the same time, like, I don't know if Bard would be my favorite to play. I don't know. Cleric's actually really fun too. I feel like the fun thing about Cleric is that, like, you can kind of be any kind of, you know, thing that you want to be as a Cleric. Like, Clerics can be tanks, Clerics can be damage, Clerics can be healing. Like, they're so versatile. Alright, let's pull this out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've played... To be fair, the one time that I tried to play a Bard, I didn't really understand. I hadn't played, like, 5th edition. I didn't understand how, like, actions and bonus actions and everything worked. So I didn't have a lot of fun. But I think now that I understand the mechanics and everything, if I went back, I think I'd have fun playing a Bard. Cleric is your favorite, most played class. You generally enjoy just being a pocket healer. That's fair. It's fair. It's, to be fair, like, having a healer in the group, having a cleric in the group is so valuable. It's so useful to have a cleric. And let's add another star. No, we'll just do one on that side. Okay, got that. Let's add, I'm just gonna add 1 star in the middle. Yeah, I'm just gonna have 1 star in the middle. That's been, like, to be fair, I've played in a couple of, like, 5th edition campaigns now. In, like, just a couple. I haven't played all of the classes, so I don't know them all well enough to really choose. But I don't know. There's lots of options there. I haven't played a monk, but I feel like I might enjoy a monk. Because again, I like doing damage and stuff. So that might be an option for me. Might be fun to try playing a monk sometime. A monk is so fun. Yeah, I think that would be fun. I don't think I've played a monk anyways. Yeah, I don't think I played a monk. Let's add 2 tiny stars. Alright, there's those. Where's my D4? Where did my D4 go? Where did my D4 go? Am I just blind? Guys, where did the D4? Oh, it's right here. It was blending in with this purple spot. All right, there we go. I'm like, it's got to be here somewhere. I don't know. I didn't hear a click or anything of it falling on the floor. Okay. We have the open hand monk. She's really fun. The only monk he played was in a weird West setting, and he was a sumo man servant of another. Oh wow, that's very like that's an interesting story right there. All right, let's add maybe a bigger star to this D4. Doesn't really have any big stars yet. I'm like, I feel like I think I was like, I feel like I have played a monk. I'm pretty sure my brother played a monk, and that's what I'm thinking of. I think that's what I'm thinking of. I think my brother played a monk in a game that we were playing together. All right, let's click those for a minute. But yeah, no, I have an idea for a warlock that I really want to play. That I guess it'd be kind of, yeah, I guess it'd be kind of like Jester to a certain extent, but not like the same mannerisms. But the idea for the warlock is basically that like the warlock's patron is like a family god type thing. So it's just like the patron of his whole family. Because I feel, I don't know. And I don't know, I have some ideas there. But I just think it'd be kind of fun. It'd be kind of a different warlock way to go about it. Like, you know, you have your, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that she would originally be a warlock because she could have been the Fae, you know, the Fae sort of path. But yeah, no, yeah, Laura definitely needs to have first pick on what she plays next campaign, since first one apparently she wanted to be a rogue, and then Liam ended up as that. And then she wanted to be a warlock, and Travis ended up as that. So I am still curious. So they're announcing when campaign 3 is going to start tomorrow. Yeah. Your friend is thinking of making an Earth Genasi warlock who's that was basically it. Like the patron was going to be called like Grams and be like a horrifying eldritch being from another dimension that also would deliver cookies every once in a while. Like that was kind of my thought there. Yes, but yes, I'm excited for campaign 3, and they're announcing when that's happening tomorrow, which is exciting. He's trying to prove himself to not be the family disappointment. Oh, no, that hits too close to home. Don't like that. Alright, let's do another side of our D6 here. Let's see. I'm trying to kind of spread things out a little bit. I think we're just going to do, I'm just going to do a couple of little tiny ones on this one, on this side. There's that one. I'm definitely going to need to grab some more stars here. Definitely need to grab some more stars here, because I've run out of my little stack again. Oh, alright. Let's grab another one of the kind of bigger ones that I'll have to flatten out. I think I don't have any on the D6 yet, so that might be good for the D6. Yeah, I don't think they're going to reveal characters tomorrow either, but they might start hinting things, because I think they released like some kind of like guess that Pokemon sort of images last time. I started watching Critical Role after campaign 2 had already started, so I'm not 100% sure on, you know, exactly how things go. I knew about Critical Role during campaign 1. It's funny. Silhouettes, yes. Yeah, it's funny. I've known about Critical Role for a long time. I didn't actually start watching it until after campaign 2 was already underway, though. I had I always like to say that I discovered Critical Role kind of backwards, because I feel like a lot of people start watching Critical Role and then get interested in D&D and voice acting. And I found out about Critical Role because I mentioned Matthew Mercer's voice acting to a D&D buddy. I'm just like, oh, maybe this isn't the way that people normally go about finding out about Critical Role, but that's fine. That's fine. It worked out well for me. And I remember at the time, that the Critical Role got mentioned to me, I went and looked it up. All rivers lead to the ocean, you guys? Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. But no, at the time, and they were still in the middle of campaign 1. I don't even remember how far into campaign 1 they were, but they were in the middle of campaign 1. And I went and looked it up, and I saw how long it was, like how many hours each like episode was, and I'm just like, nope, not watching this. That is way too much time. And then now I've watched both campaigns, because that, yeah. What do you expect? Let's see, we want some more of those, we want some more of these. I'm grabbing more stars. I need more stars. You're a star. But I mean, that's what happens when I get fixated on a certain piece of media. That tends to happen. I tend to get like really invested in like one piece of media at a time, and then I find out way too much information about it and watch everything that there is about it. And then I move on. I move on to something else. So, let's see here. No, I need more of these stars, I think. These are kind of a medium size. I think I want some more medium-sized ones. And I'll grab a couple more. Ah! You started watching way back in Campaign 1, Episode 2. Oh, wow. Oh, Scambo and the Triceratops is hilarious. And then the attack on Amon. So, like, I didn't know about, any of that stuff. Just, because I hadn't, like, I don't know. It's not like I went back and looked up Campaign 1 stuff. The attack on Iman, though, it's just like, that was such a good twist. Like, I hate when things have, like, not a twist, like, I don't know what, like, the TV trope would be called, but it's not like a twist, but it's more like when new information is added that suddenly changes things, like in book 3. Watching that live, chills. Even watching it not live, I got chills. To be fair, I did watch the Essek reveal live, and that one, that's one of the few episodes of Critical Role that I watched twice. And then also the there's a few moments in Critical Role that I just go back and I'll just watch every once in a while. The Essek reveal is one of them, and the Where's My Son from Not is another one of them, because I love when Sam does more emotional, like plays it straight for once, because obviously he has a very broad sense of humor. He normally plays things very broad, and so then once he does something serious, it's just like, oh gosh. So like every once in a while I'll just go back and watch the Knots reveal stuff, because I always, it's just like, it's good. But yeah, the way that it was set up, where you think that there's going to be kind of one plot twist and then there's a different plot twist with the attack on Iman, was just like, oh wow, this is really good. Well, no, what I was going to say though was that, like, I don't know, it always gets me when like new information or like something that completely changes how the story goes happens, and like, oh yeah. I've rewatched that I think a couple of times too. Man, yeah, sorry, I was just thinking of, you'd really need to know the other people at the table for that. I'm just gonna put a single star on this one. Oh, what was I saying? But where, like, it kind of, like, makes it so that suddenly, the characters have what they need. The characters suddenly gain what they need. Like, it's like the opposite of Chekhov's gun. We have the sun soul now. There we go. Yeah, it's like the opposite of Chekhov's gun. So it's like, with Chekhov's gun, the trope is that if something is mentioned, it will become relevant later. and it wouldn't be mentioned unless it was going to be useful. And so basically the idea with Chekhov's gun is that if a story mentions that there is a gun on the wall, that gun must be fired later, or it must be used in some way later. Otherwise, there was no, point to having it there. Which, obviously that's not, like, completely true, but the way that things are, if it's mentioned type thing, it's got to be used. And so I hate when there's, like, something that comes up, it's just like, oh yeah, we had this all along. It's just like, I don't know. Set up and payoff. Yeah, if there's no setup and there's no payoff, if either one of those, if it's missing either one of those, it's really, I don't know, it's just unsatisfying. But the attack on Iman, even though it wasn't really set up explicitly, all of the other stuff that kind of led up to it made it a really good twist. Because there was still build-up, but it was build-up for something else. And so you got the payoff, but you just didn't get the payoff that you expected necessarily. I don't know. It's still made for a really good twist without being like convoluted or confusing. Like it was confusing in the moment, obviously. Like, oh my gosh, what's happening? But it made sense for the story to progress. Also, everyone's good at accidental foreshadowing, and there's all sorts of conversation from, Vax and stuff right before that saying, what are we doing? Why are we here? So, that was kind of funny. All right, let's add this larger star. Man, I think these are going to turn out pretty. Matt had hints at it. They actually saw Thordak in the fire plane. Oh, yeah. And that's part of the reason that, like, it didn't feel forced and stuff, too. It's not like suddenly there was just a random dragon. Like, they'd seen him before. It was in Vex and Vax's backstory. Like, there was, Thordak was Chekhov's gun in this case. Like, he had been mentioned in the past, but he's mentioned in a way that he might have just been set dressing. He's just a background thing, but like, it's not like he didn't exist before he showed up. Which, to be fair, with D&D, with having to try and thread things together, I'm amazed at Matt's ability to keep a story going. Which maybe sounds weird, but like, the ability to have things happen off screen. What's up, Omar? I think that's what it is. Yeah, the ability to have things happen off screen. It's just like, I don't know. There's something about that. All right, let's add. You just realized where you heard your character's name. Wait, what's your character's name? I told you guys that the veterinarian I go to is a Critical Role fan, right? Well, to be fair, I guess not everyone was here when I mentioned that. I took my cats to the vet not too long ago. They needed, shots updated and stuff. And one of my cats is named Knott, N-O-T-T. And oh good, this one's done. My vet was like, because I stayed out in the car and they took the cats in because we're still following some COVID stuff. It's just better for everyone involved. You have a Dwarven Tempest cleric named Thordak Stormforge. Critters in the Wild Treasure. Hi, Christic. No, but so I was talking with the vet over the phone, just doing the like, yep, they seem to be in good health, that sort of stuff. Do you have any concerns, that sort of thing? And they were like, where did you come up with the name Knott? And I was just like, oh, it's a podcast character's name. And they were like, is it Critical Role? And I'm like, yes, it is Critical Role. And they're like, okay, good. They were like, apparently they were like so worried that it was not going to be Critical Role and just going to oust themselves as a huge nerd or something like that. But it was very, very cute. It was very funny. We're waving. Hello! what are you up to tonight, Credstick? Anything fun? Alright, let's do the last side of this. Got a moon over there. Let's see, what do we want to put on this side? Maybe another little tiny star. Something small. Maybe just a single little tiny one. Should I just do a single? Let's see, what do I have on here? I think I have all the different kinds of stars. So we'll just do a little tiny one. Yeah, if it'll stay. To be fair, my brother and I did talk about if we got another cat, if it was a male cat, naming it Percival Frederickstein von Musel Kowalski de Rollo III. We did debate doing that. Getting ready to go to Gaming Con tomorrow. Ooh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Man, I'd love to go to a con again. I'm avoiding people at the moment just because, you know, things are still kind of crazy where I am with COVID stuff, but it's been a long while since I've gone to a con, and they're always so fun. Alright, let's do something here. No, let's do something here, actually. Let's do one of our slightly larger stars. You might go to your very first Ren Fair this weekend. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've been to Ren Fair once. I hadn't gone before, and then I went with a friend and a different friend's kids. Actually, I went with a couple friends and then a different friend's kids. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I made the mistake. I mean, I guess it wasn't really a mistake, but I made the mistake of wearing chainmail. And I guess I never really thought, you know, like, in the D&D handbook, chainmail is listed as heavy armor. And, like, on the one hand, I realized that it was 30 pounds that I was lugging around. 32, somewhere in there. Pounds of metal that I was lugging around. But if you're holding chainmail, it's heavy. If you put it on, it doesn't feel as heavy because it's over your center of gravity. But after 2 hours of walking around in chainmail, oh boy, was I tired. I was so tired. Also, I was trying to do a thing with a friend where you had to try and, like, whack each other off of a stump with, like, pillows. And the problem was that, like, as soon as I started tilting one direction, I was then weighted in that direction, and I just could not stop falling. Usually my balance is pretty okay, but, oh, it didn't really work out. Let's add one here. Let's just add, let's see, what do we want to add here? So that was, would not advise unless you're used to it, unless you've got, you know, some sort of plan there. Maybe don't wear chainmail to go walk around Ren Fair, even if you're gonna look cool. I mean, yeah, even if you're gonna look really cool. You're gonna mask the whole con and bring sanitizer and wipes. Yeah, no, I no judgment here. To be fair, I don't know, you know, what things are like where you're at or anything. I'm just extra cautious myself. I just hope you're being safe. No, wear the chainmail. I mean, it's up to you if you want to wear the chainmail. I'm just giving a word of warning. You'll be buff by the end, I guess. No, I was so tired after wearing chainmail for 2 hours. Man, I need to go out more. I mean, just go outside more. I am so, or just get more, I don't know, be more active. I spend so much time inside, either sitting or standing. That's fair, yeah. But I do hope you have fun, though, Credstick. I do hope that you have fun. What, you said it's a gaming convention? Is there, like, a particular game, or is it just, like, for just all sorts of, like, video games? Because that does sound fun. I've gone to Emerald City Comic Con a couple of years. I went to school in Seattle for a couple of years. I went to university there, and so I went to Emerald City Comic Con a couple of years, and it was really fun. I think but part of that's just because I like dressing up, and I've always liked dressing up. So I just use it as an excuse to, you know, dress up in fun costumes. Let's use a bigger star somewhere. Let's use, no, I've got a couple of bigger stars there. Let's see, what do I want? A couple of smaller, I think I want one of these stars. Okay. I'd love to sell dice at a convention someday. Tabletop RPGs, wargaming, LARPing, oh, cool. Never been to a con, not for lack of desire though. It's a lot of fun. I think one of my favorite aspects of it though is, like, you know, panels and stuff are fun. I'm not really the type to get autographs necessarily. I think my favorite part is just like people watching almost. Like, I love seeing like everybody's like costumes, and I love like seeing like the art in the artist's alley. There's just something fun about like the ambiance too. There's like a certain atmosphere. It's just, I don't know, it's just really enjoyable. There's something about being around people that enjoy similar things, I guess. I think that's what it is. Those all have the same one. Let's not use that. Use one of these and one of, actually we want to use one of these. Okay. You go and play games you've never played before to get introduced to something new. Oh, that sounds cool. I never even thought about that. That's a fun idea. Yeah, I've only ever been to Emerald City Comic Con, but it was fun. It was a lot of fun. And this, I can't pick them up. Also, RPGs are fair. All right, so let's see here. I mean, I feel like there's probably a few people here that like RPGs. I'd almost be confused if there's people hanging out in the stream that didn't like RPGs. I guess there's people that like Resin stuff that have no idea about tabletop gaming. If you want an autograph or photo or something, you can just wait for your local comic shop to get the guests. They're good. Oh, that's cool. I guess I would assume that's more of like a big city thing. Not necessarily, but you don't need to give me information about where you're at or anything. But like, I feel like that's, you know, like slightly larger towns and cities. Plus, you always buy too many dice in RPG books. Man, you know, so I'm going kind of off topic here. I recently switched from my Etsy to my own store, which I think we've got my links figured out finally in my about section. And I've been trying to figure out like how LCS, local comic shop. Oh, okay. Your local comic shop just wanted to. Oh wow, cool. I've been trying to figure out how I can do this for a living, because at the moment I can't. And it's not because I'm not selling things, it's because I'm not making enough things to be able, even if I sold everything that I made, I wouldn't be making enough money to pay all of my bills. It's just, I'm figuring that out. That's part of the reason I'm like, I need to figure out some different things to do. But, okay, cool. I've only got one side left on this D8. So I was trying to figure out kind of like a marketing plan for myself, trying to figure out maybe some sort of goals or something. And so the thing that I now have my website through had like here's how to write a marketing plan type stuff. I was looking through it, and one of the things that like it said was like, figure out the demographic that you're trying to sell to, and I'm just like, well, there's a lot of people that play D&D. Figuring out the age group, I'm like, that's a fairly wide age group of people playing D&D here, which is just great, to be honest. Like, you know, I grew up playing D&D because my dad played D&D. I do think that like a lot of people that get handmade dice are between the ages of like 20 and 40, which is still a fairly large difference. But, you know, it's like, who knows. I feel like that's maybe kind of a demographic there, but you know, who knows? Who knows? But anyways, that's boring business stuff that you guys probably do not care about at all. I just always have it on the brain because I'm trying to, you know, figure things out. But it is kind of curious to me, just kind of like finding out like how people have ended up here, how people have found my shop. Like, I love data. I love data. I love knowing how, like, I love finding patterns and things. Like, I really enjoy looking at like the analytics page. SEO. I mean, yeah, I need to figure out how to do SEO better. I really do. I feel like that's something that I could figure out. But what was I saying? Let's add a couple of just little tiny ones to this. All right. What was I saying? Oh, and I love patterns. Like, I like spreadsheets way too much. Like, I don't know. I enjoy spreadsheets. There's just something fun about finding patterns and things. I mean, I guess that's the math major jumping out or something. I don't know. There are companies that can kickstart you might be worth the upfront cost. To be fair, I'm not. Like I said, it's my problem at the moment is not selling things. SEO is search engine optimization, so it's being able to be found on search engines. And there's ways to think of the YouTube algorithm. No, it's basically making it so that it's easier to find you and your stuff by using certain keywords and all that sort of stuff. Which I don't know enough about it to like do it super well yet, but I think that's something that I could figure out. I think that's something I can get good at. But yeah, my issue at the moment is not lack of sales, although, you know, things have gone down since I moved my shop, but I think I'm just gonna need to kind of do some more, I think, marketing so that people know where to go. But it's being able to make enough items to sell, because, you know, if I make 10 sets of dice in a month, and I make more than that, but let's say I make 10 sets of dice in a month, and they're $75 each, that's $750 before taxes. So like, it's like, okay, I need to figure out how I'm gonna make a living doing this. That's part of the reason I've been looking for other things to make too besides dice, because dice are really fun to make. Marketing is key in social media. Yes. No, I do a lot on... Oh, yeah, fair, Omar, yeah. But no, marketing is key in social media. Yes, for sure. And I should do some more social media stuff. I was going to try and do an Instagram ad fairly recently, and then for some reason it didn't work. I was like, I'll worry about that later. But there's some Facebook groups that honestly I should post to. I hear a key cat. I think that's Not. Sure sounds like Not. You want to see my cat named after a tiny goblin? I mean, a halfling? Here, baby. Hello. Would you like to come in and say hello to everyone? Oh, I got you. Have I mentioned that I found out that Not is, like, I realized recently that Not is full grown? Here, just a second. I realized recently that Not is full grown. She weighs like 6 pounds, and that's half the weight of one of my other cats. She's so small. I guess you live up to your name. She lives up to her name. You're so tiny, but she's very sweet. But yes, she's such a small cat. All right, baby, you wanna sit on my lap for a little bit while I get this figured out? You're gonna have to leave once I get once I get the resin out. But you can sit on my lap for a little bit while we get things figured out. Yeah? And you wonder why I have cat hair in my resin. Hello, baby. She's so sweet. Alright, yeah, saying about the company's SEO. You only did the one Facebook group and it hasn't been treating you nicely. Oh, that's unfortunate with showing interest in your auctions. I don't know. Yeah. I haven't done any auctions before. I don't know how that would go. But your dice look beautiful. Because you sent photos. Yeah, I remember seeing your dice. They look lovely. Hello. Let's get this side. Hello. Oh, she's so sweet. But again, my problem is not necessarily getting sales. It's the fact that I don't have enough items at the price point that I have them at, even if all of them sold, to pay the bills. So I need to figure that out. Because, it doesn't really matter whether I'm getting sales or not if I can't even make enough items once I get the sales. No, baby, you're not going up there. You can stay on my lap. Do you need to leave? I think she needs to leave. You can sit on my lap, or you can leave. You can sit on my lap or you can leave. Because I can't have you wandering off because I'm going to pour resin later. I don't want you getting in the way of the resin. Well, you can't be in here while I pour resin because that puts off fumes. Get some eye boogies. Okay. But, that's... Yeah. I don't know. To be fair, it still feels like I'm just starting out, even though I've been doing this for like a year now. Okay, baby, I think you're going to go back outside. You're going to go back outside. You're very cute, but you're going back out. Have fun. Have fun. Run. Be free. She'll probably be back to, she'll be back to me out the door at some point. So, who knows? I might end up, so, for those of you that don't know, feeling like you just started out, when did you start making dice, Gremlin? I am curious to know. I realized, yeah, it's weird. I guess I've been doing this for like more than a year now. I've been selling them for about a year now. A little bit. Yeah, I've been selling them for about a year now because I started in like September, I think, selling them. About a year ago. You don't want to make that. Don't make that many sets. You took a few months off. Oh, fair. I want another one of the bigger stars. Let's grab one of these. Yeah, I originally was gonna make dice. So, for those of you that don't know my life story, maybe I'll add a moon to this as well, actually. That might be good with a moon. Yeah, for those of you that don't know my life story, I had a desk job for about 5-ish years. And then I quit it so that I could finish my bachelor's degree because I was working full-time and going to school part-time, and I just couldn't get everything to line up, and I was burnt out and everything. So I had 3 classes left. I couldn't get them to line up with my work schedule. So I finally just quit my job and went back for that last semester of school. And I finished my degree in May of 2020. And if you don't know what happened in May of 2020, in March of 2020, the quarantine started. So I finished my degree like right after the quarantine was happening. Let me tell you, the painting class I was taking was very strange online. Like it's strange taking a studio, like the studio class that I was in suddenly became an online class. It was very, very odd. But let's add a moon to this one. Anyways, so things were a little weird. Things were a little weird after I graduated. Just looking for work was weird because it was weird. Like, I don't know. It felt irresponsible to like go work with a whole bunch of people, but also irresponsible to not go work. And so I finally just ended up driving Uber Eats for a while, which, to be honest, I really enjoyed doing. I'm not built for a desktop. Just saying. And then I started taking up dice making as a hobby. And I got, some cheap molds. To be fair, the dice making thing started before quarantine. A D&D buddy was just like, man, we should make dice. And I'm like, done a little bit of resin stuff. Like, not a lot, but just a little bit, messing around with it, making some jewelry. It's like, I could do that. So I got some cheap molds. I got those cheap molds off of Amazon and tried making some dice, and they worked out about as well as they would with those cheap molds. And then I debated for a long time on whether I wanted to actually get masters made so that I could make my own dice, because I'm just like, man, I'm not going to sell these. Why should I get masters made? But then if I got masters made, I could sell them if I wanted to. It's just like, okay, I'm just gonna do it. I figured out a logo. I was just like, okay, if I'm gonna do this, I should figure out some sort of like shop name or something so that I have a logo to put on them, because that's cooler. And so I went and figured all of that out, figured out Alchemist's Attic and all that sort of thing, and I got my masters made and started making some dice for just some friends and family and D&D buddies and all sorts of those sorts of people. And then I made a set of Galaxy dice, which we're going to kind of experiment with a new design for those today. Put those away. And I was just like, well, I'm going to put these on my Etsy, because I had an Etsy, because I've made soap in the past, and I never advertised it or anything really, but I did like a local holiday bazaar, because when you make soap, you don't make a little bit of soap. You end up with a lot of soap, and soap's really fun to make, but I have so much soap. It's like I need a way to get rid of the soap, so I did like a local holiday bazaar, and then, I put it up online. Got a few sales from like friends and family type thing. No like real sales, but I went and put up like Galaxy dice on my shop, and I did a listing for like 5 sets, because I didn't really expect to sell any, and I had, I think, 1 set made. I was just gonna make them to order, and then I sold all 5 sets in like 2 weeks. It's just like, oh, okay, we're going this direction now. We're gonna see if we can follow this thing as far as it'll go, because these are fun to make, and there's people seem to be interested in them. So, and it's weird looking back, like guys, goblins, be Jones, and yeah, pretty much. And that was about a year ago, and it's weird looking back and realizing how much better I've gotten at making dice. Which, like, on the one hand, it's just like, oh man, like, all of those people that got dice from me when I first started selling them, I'm like, I feel kind of bad, because I'm just like, man, I know that I can make things that are so much better now, but also my prices have gone up and stuff, so I don't feel as bad. But, and people seemed happy with them, so, that's always been my goal, is that people are happy with what they get, feel like they're getting their money's worth and everything. I don't want people to ever feel like I'm what's the word, scamming them? Not really. That's not really the word I'm looking for. You look back and think, wow, I might have actually gotten worse. I don't know. I think your dice look lovely, so I think you're just being too hard on yourself. I still don't know why you're okay, that's the last of those, which is excellent. Still don't know why dirty pours aren't working for you, though. You were the one that was having trouble with the dirty pours, right? I don't know why. It's so strange to me. Yeah, okay. Because we were using like the same kind of resin. I don't know what we're doing differently. Still, I don't know. We're gonna do another dirty pour today with the Galaxy dice, so I guess we can see then. But yeah, I don't know why your stuff is mixing so much. I wonder if maybe we just have like different climates, sort of. Like different temperatures and humidities, and that's just kind of affecting the resin in some way. because I know that like humidity and temperature and stuff can affect the viscosity and everything of the resin and how it cures. I don't know, or maybe it's the pigments. I wonder. I think your mix was too thin when you poured it, needed to wait longer. Yeah, I have heard that having the resin thicker helps with that. So maybe that's it. We'll probably end up doing those last just because, you know, it works well when the resin's a little bit thicker. So yeah, and with the the glitter and everything that I want to use, I don't want the glitter to sink. That's a problem that I've had with like the holographic glitter and stuff, is if I pour it when it's too liquidy, it'll all sink to the bottom. So I want to pour these when it's a little bit thicker anyway, so that all of the glitter and everything stays. Doesn't all sink. All right, let's see here. So I think we've got our stars. Let me show you. They look a little bit messy now. Let's put these in my other hand actually. They look a little bit messy now, just because there's, you know, the UV resin all over the place, but that'll disappear. All that UV resin will disappear once they're in the actual dice. Let's see. You are free. Were you not free before, Jen? Who had you trapped? Do we need to go break you out of? I guess we don't have to break you out of prison. You've already broken yourself out of prison. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, Jen, why are you sending links? All right. You want to test one colored glitter in the blank core and another color in the shell. That'd be cool. I'm gonna kind of do that with these. I'm gonna add a little bit of a gold shimmer on the outside, I think. Looks lovely. You've got it all done. I'm forever gonna think of the one of the praying mantis? Praying mantis with the googly eyes, though. You know, you'll never escape the praying mantis with the googly eyes. All right, let's start getting all of our pigments into our mixing cups. I think I actually want. I want another mixing cup over here. Grasshopper. That's what it was. Grasshopper. The grasshopper googly eyes is your legacy. You'll just do all of this beautiful art, and then the one thing that you'll be remembered for is painting a grasshopper with googly eyes. That sounds about right. You know, I feel like that's the thing I see people talk about, people talk about, is where they the memes that they make get so many more shares and stuff than like the serious art. But I mean, it doesn't really surprise me. All right, this one is all right, cool. So for the galaxy dice, memes aren't serious art. Well, no. Okay, so for the galaxy dice, like I said, I'm gonna start putting things in little mixing cups. We've got our duo pink, well, it's duo red blue, but it's like pink and then it has a blue shimmer to it. We've got our dark blue, and then we're gonna use black. Where's my black? Here's my black alcohol ink. I'm debating, so with these dice that I did, that are kind of galaxy-ish, there's kind of like little specks of like silver things. Meme dice. To be fair, I am planning on making more Minecraft dice. I really should do that. That's still circulating on Tumblr, the Minecraft dice that I made. For these dice, I had some of this graphite color. It's not graphite, but that's the color name. And it added kind of like streaks of sparkle in here, so it's not completely even. And so I was thinking that I could do kind of the same thing with the eco glitter, so the holographic glitter. And I'm debating whether I want to include some of this as well, which it's not holographic, but it just added a little bit of kind of sparkle in there that I think looks very spacey because it's uneven. It kind of looks like stars. And then I was also debating if I wanted to add some multichrome pigment in there as well, because I have a little bit in here, and it adds kind of like this, there's kind of a glitter in there that, like, depending on the angle you look at it, it's different colors. And it's really pretty, but I don't know if I want to add like too much extra stuff to this experiment that I'm already doing. So I'm thinking maybe, I think the multichrome's really pretty. Let's maybe leave it out of this one since we're doing kind of an experiment. We can try adding it later. But I think I am going to add a little bit of this, the graphite mica. And I'm going to add it and the holographic glitter together, I think, and then we'll have one that's just black. So that we're not going to end up with evenly spaced out glitter throughout the whole black. It's going to be kind of uneven and swirling through there, just like the other colors. Take this off for a second. So we can start adding this stuff to our little mixing cups. We're going to have about, so a full set of dice is about 30 milliliters. So I'm just thinking about how much I want of each. I usually do about the same amount of each color. So I do about 10 milliliters of the blue, 10 milliliters of the pink, which is also kind of blue, and then 10 milliliters of the black. But I'm wondering if that'll be different with this, because I usually do like layers. We'll assume that we're going to do 10, 10, and 10. But for the black, I'm going to divvy that up so that a little bit of that is going to be, I'm doing that off screen, a little bit of that is going to be our glitter mixture instead of just the plain old black. So let me get this figured out. I'm just trying to figure out about how much pigment I'm going to need. So I'll add some of this blue. My only problem with this blue pigment, I really like it. It's like a really, really dark blue. I can show you my paint chip for it. It's like, it looks almost black on camera. That's right on top. It's this right here. You can kind of see some light through it, and it's blue, but it's very, very dark. I feel like it just adds just a little bit of color and kind of gives a good backdrop for like the pink here. Because like once you have this pink over the blue, it kind of shimmers blue as well. So I really like this blue. The only problem is that you can't really see it too well. It doesn't mix super evenly. It gets kind of splotchy. You get like little granules of it. I said 10 milliliters. Okay, let's grab a little bit more. Yeah, so it gets kind of, it's kind of uneven-ish. Which, to be fair, this is supposed to be a soap pigment, so this is a pigment from a soap company, so I can't blame it too heavily for that. Like, I'm bringing that one on myself. So I don't think we'll need too much of that. It doesn't take a lot to add the pigment here. Let's grab some stir sticks, though. Alright. So there's a stir stick for the blue. And this is our pink. And it's not actually pink. It's very hard to show. Let's see if I can do it with the lid here. So so it's pink, and then it looks white there, but it kind of shimmers like a blue color. Oh, the kitten's back. I'm working at the moment, baby. So yeah, that shine there is kind of like a bluish color. And it'll be even more apparent once we have a dark color behind it. So we're going to add some of this. And again, we're going to have about 10 milliliters of this as well. This stuff, a little bit goes a long way, though. And it doesn't need to be fully opaque, but let me add a little bit more. So we're going to have about 10 milliliters of that. We can always add a little bit more if we need to, once we've got the resin mixed in there. It's just easier, I think, to get the powdered pigments all into the cups first, because I don't want to have to try and deal with getting all of these open and getting resin everywhere once I have, you know, goopy fingers from mixing up resin and everything. All right, this one, we're going to do a little tiny bit of this mica powder. This is the graphite. So this is actually going to be not quite 10 milliliters. So we're going to do probably like 7.5 of just the plain old black, and then like 2.5 of our glitter, because I want it to kind of, taking notes. Yeah, I want it to be kind of, like I said, uneven. I don't want the whole thing to be glittery and star filled. I want it to be mostly void, partially stars. To quote Welcome to Night Vale. So I want the glitter to be kind of exciting. If the whole thing is glitter, then it's just like, okay, these are glitter dice. But if it's mostly like other colors and then there's like a little streak of glitter, it makes the glitter like more exciting. I feel like it's more of a treat. It's a little treat just in there. All right, and I think that's part of why I like having it uneven and everything too. And then I've got my cup here that I'm going to use to actually pour into the molds. It's been used for many a dirty pour before, you can see, with all the different colors and everything in there. So we'll put all of our different resins in here and then pour it into the molds. I just don't have quite enough room in these mixing cups. These mixing cups hold like exactly 30 milliliters, and set of dice is 30 milliliters, so it's just a little bit, it'd be a little bit difficult to put everything all in one of those, so I have a slightly larger container. All right, let me set these off to the side. I should grab my molds for these as well, so let's grab some molds. And let's see, D4, and let's grab a D2. I'm grabbing ones with the highest numbers on the bottom. I used to do dirty pours with the highest number on the top, so the highest number on the lid, because I found that I haven't, no. I still have it open. I think I just don't need them right this second. I'm okay with what I have at the moment. You did? Yeah, I might in the future. I just ordered some other stuff, so I'm just like, maybe I'll get these later, but to be fair, I guess I probably should have. To be honest, I ordered stuff off Amazon the other night and I just forgot, but I think I'm okay. Yeah, I have to go through the absurd amount of pigments to purchase. It's true. I debated pulling those out. They're right here. I debated pulling those out and doing something with them tonight, but I got the idea to try the galaxy dice, and I'm just like, okay, I'll do those next time. But there's all sorts of pretty pigments that Jen got me that I need to try out. This one I am actually interested in this larger one. I think these ones don't have quite as good of multi-chrome as this one, but I'm excited to try these. These are all like multi-chrome pigments. I've used multi-chrome flakes, but I haven't used a multi-chrome pigment, so I'm excited about those. Still need to try them though. Anyways, I used to do dirty pours with the highest number on the top because I found that whatever the face that's against the lid usually ended up kind of different from the rest of the dice. But also I found that like the face that was against the lid is usually the ugliest face too. I don't think it's going to be too much of a big deal with these. But I had that kind of pointed out at one point, and I'm just like, oh yeah, you're right. We probably have the prettiest faces at the top. So now I do that. Now I do it with the highest numbers at the bottom of the mold, so that we have the prettiest parts there. D8. Wait. Oops, I grabbed 2 D8s. I'll grab a D6. Okay. I think I just pulled out a new D8 mold. I might have put it in the wrong stack. D4 and D2. All right. Here's all of our molds for that. Set those off to the side for now. You must have been top mold then. Is that like being top form? I'm out of tea. Oh no. I've got those. Okay. So, I've got, let's use this one. For the, hey, I think, oh wow. The ugliest faces are the top one. I'm not sure whether you're talking about like dice that you have made or if you're trying to put yourself down, because there's none of that here. There ain't none of that here. We ain't putting ourselves down here. Let's see here. Okay. There's just a little bit of stream delay, and so quite often I'll be talking. There's two problems here. One is that there's stream delay, just a little bit, so I'll say something and then there'll be a little bit of time before people respond to it, which is why every once in a while I'll ask a question and then I'll just stop talking, and there'll just be dead air for a while. It's because it takes a while for it to actually get to you guys. The other problem is that as soon as... Oh, good. That's good. The other problem is that as soon as I say something, I have forgotten it, especially when I'm streaming. And I'm trying to pay attention to multiple things at once. Like, I'm just like, this is all stream of consciousness. Also, I can talk. It's all stream of consciousness, so, like, everything is just, like, coming out of my mouth, and then I am immediately forgetting what I'm saying. And so people will, like, start referencing something that I said, and my brain has completely moved on. I'm just like, what were we talking about? I don't remember. It's always fun when there's a little bit of a guessing game in the chat. Okay, so I'm actually gonna move this over here because I think we'll use a little bit of this to fill that in. Okay, I'm gonna put this in a mold. So I'm just gonna fill in. There's a spot there that there was an air bubble. I'm gonna put this into a mold. And the reason for that is that I don't want to grab this with my hands once they're covered in goopy resin. So I'm going to put this into a mold so that I can move it around without, like, you know, getting it all goopy. So I think that'll probably be for the best. Okay. For the dice that we just did with the stars and everything on them, I want a little tiny bit of gold shimmer around those. So I'm going to grab a little tiny bit of gold shimmer, put that into a mixing cup here. And I mean a little bit, so I'm just going to dip that in and like dust it off in there. I just want a little tiny bit, so it's just a, I don't know, little extra shimmer. On the other end of things, with that glitter, I'm going to be doing these D2s, and the idea here is it's going to be kind of a mica swirl, but I'm not going to oversaturate the resin so much that it's, you know, like kind of sinking in. I just want it to kind of swirl in. So we're going to add a little bit of the same shimmery mica here to kind of swirl into these D2s. And I don't think I need very much. Don't need very much, because the D2s aren't very big. And then the other part of these D2s is going to be some golden copper foil. Golden copper foil? There's another name for you. Although that might be, I don't know, a drag name or something. I'm going to add some iridescent flakes and some of the foil here. And so it's just going to be that in the resin, and then we'll add that gold kind of swirled in. So there's, I don't think, yes, David, that's exactly what I was thinking of, was David Copperfoil. Yeah, I don't think the D2s don't take a ton of resin. I'm trying to think about how much resin I'm going to need, and my guess is going to be about 5 milliliters total, maybe a little bit more than that. So maybe 7.5. So let's assume there's going to be about 5 milliliters here, and then like 2.5 here. It's not a lot, but I don't think I want so much that we can't see the foil, so we'll add a little tiny bit more of that. But I always like underestimate how much of the iridescent flakes there should be, but I think these are going to be small enough that I don't want to overdo it either. But let's add some of our foil here. I should get some just plain old copper foil. This one, plain old copper foil. This one is like a mix of colors, so it's like gold and copper, which is pretty. But like, I don't have, if I want just copper, I have to like dig through this. Aha! Copper foiled again. And I would have gotten away with it too. But yeah, if I want the copper, I have to like dig through there for just the copper. Alright. So there's that. Let me make sure that I have stir sticks for everything, because that would probably be useful. Set that over there. Set that there. I need a stir stick for the, here we go, a stir stick for the gold. Alright, so there's all of our pigments and everything for the D2s. These D4s, I want to do an opaque dark brown. And that's it. Just an opaque dark brown. And so I'm going to use my very fancy opaque dark brown pigment, which is cinnamon. That's one of the fun things about resin, is just being able to try out all sorts of different things. So like, here's cumin. It has kind of an interesting texture, cumin does. I use cumin if I want to do like ground or dirt quite often. I'll do a mixture of like cumin and coffee grounds and some cinnamon if I want to do like dirt texture, because it just looks good for that. Yeah, I've got all sorts of things. Here's coffee grounds. They're kind of a darker brown, but they're very like textured. Yeah, you can see all the granules in there. Where is, I'm looking for the cumin again. Is that it? Nope, that is my brown, oh wait, here we go. Oh, that's cloves and turmeric. Yeah, it's one of the fun things about resin is just trying different things. Turmeric turns out like really dark red. Cloves has kind of an interesting texture to it, but the cinnamon works pretty well for just like a good solid brown. Also, to be fair, if I like once I start sanding it, if it smells like cinnamon, that'd honestly be pretty cool. I don't think it will, but like if once I started sanding it, like the dice smelled like cinnamon, I'd be okay with that, since I'm trying to make gingerbread. I want them to be gingerbread. I don't think they're actually gonna smell like gingerbread, but it would be cool if it did. I wonder how you could do that. I wonder if there's like a way to, I feel like I've seen something about adding scents to resin, but I don't know how you would do that, because I imagine it would be like encased in the resin. So I don't know. But let's add some cinnamon here. It smells really good here. These are D4, so they're not going to take too much. Again, probably 7.5-ish would be my guess, but let's add a little bit more, because I want it to be opaque. I want it to be opaque. So let's add quite a bit. Oh, it smells so good. Cinnamon toast, yes. That was, let's do a technique like mica shelling. Oh, we're like dusting the mold. Like dusting the mold with it before pouring. I mean, we could try that, but I don't know. I don't know if it'd be a good idea or not to make dice that smell like cinnamon. But no, yeah, I should make myself a cinnamon sugar shaker. We had one growing up. Like there was just like a little not a salt shaker necessarily, but it was kind of like a little salt shaker, and it had cinnamon sugar in it. So it was just a mix of cinnamon and sugar, and you just like make a piece of toast and like butter it, and then put a whole bunch of cinnamon sugar on there. Oh, I ate my cinnamon dye again. I'm going to need to order more. I mean, maybe not the best idea. Yeah, good for adults, bad for pets and kids. To be fair, I don't necessarily expect these advent calendars to be, you know, ordered by children, because they're going to be spendy. They're going to be spendy because, you know, it's 3 full sets of dice plus a couple of extra little things. Do I need more than that? I'm going to add one more little scoop, and I think that's going to be good. Oh, it smells so good. I'm so happy that we're getting into the autumn season, because I love all of those autumn spices, like cinnamon and cloves and nutmeg and cardamom, and it's like I love a good chai. Favorite time of year? Yeah. I think it's my favorite time of year too, because it's like cooler, but it's not cold out. Like the spring here lasts for like a week, so it'll be like, you know, 40 degrees, and then it'll be, you know, in the 50s and 60s for like a week, and then suddenly it's 102. So in the spring, but like in the autumn, we get like a full like month and a half where it's just like in the 50s and 60s. It's just like so nice, and all of the leaves are turning brown, and they're just crunchy. Man, I always loved jumping on like crunchy leaves as a kid. I'd probably enjoy it now too. I just have to make the time to actually go outside, and, you know, it would probably be healthier for me if I actually went outside and did things. But your birthday! Very nice. Let's see, this is for black and gold. Find another one that had black in it. All the leaves are brown. So this one I'm going to just do half of the dye, and it's going to be black with some gold glitter in it. I'm kind of taking this idea from a commission that I did recently, where it had purple glitter. It was half black and half white, and the black side had purple glitter in it. And this plan is I'm going to do half of the dye black with gold glitter, and then the other side of the dye is just going to be gold. I'm trying to get, you know, I had a few random little ideas for things, but I want all of the dice to match. They're all going to be different, but I want them all to match. And so when I had an idea for just like one brown dye, it's just like, no, I don't think it's going to work. So I needed to come up with like at least three different ideas that all have brown in them. And it's the same with black too. I'm going to do a matte black dye, because it's going to be a piece of coal. I'm gonna do a matte black D12. You know, I don't know if people will necessarily take it as that, but that's the idea, is that it's a lump of coal. And so I wanted some black in some of the other ones as well. So that's where we're getting that from here. So we're gonna add some gold glitter. I might add a couple of different gold glitters, because I think that might be fun. So this one's actually going to be poured pretty late as well, because like I was saying with the Galaxy set over here, with the holographic glitter, this is going to be even worse, because this is going to be an even chunkier glitter. So it's really going to try and sink to the bottom. Do you do solid colored dice too? Might be easy to beef up your inventory for sales. Oh, that's fair. I do think, well, to be fair, okay, so, I'll explain my problems at the moment. My problem isn't actually making the dice. I do think that I should maybe start doing some dice where I make 3 sets of the same kind of dice at a time, just because it's easier to do that. I do a lot of one-off sets, obviously, where, you know, I do, like, I think part of that is just because I'm streaming, too, and I think it's more interesting if I do different kinds of dice, as opposed to just 3 of the same set of dice. But once I get the Galaxy dice figured out, I might do a stream where we just make Galaxy dice. My issue is not even making enough dice. I have dice lined up for the next 2 months. So I've got, you know, I've got dice made. It's honestly, I think, the sanding and polishing that's getting me. So I did order, like I said, another polishing tumbler, and I think that'll help. I do need to figure out when I'm gonna sand everything though. That's my concern at the moment, is I'm just gonna need to spend time sanding. Like, oh man, I don't want to do more sanding, but I really should. Okay, this one's gonna be a translucent brown with then like some white dripping through it. And the idea is it's gonna be like a hot drink, so like coffee or something with cream in it. I guess it could be kind of hot cocoa, but I was gonna go for kind of a translucent brown, which hot cocoa isn't really. I have debated doing some solid color dice before. I always feel like the things that I'm making aren't super, what's the word I'm looking for? Unique, I guess. I always feel, I don't know, I always feel weird making dice that I feel like someone else would be better at making them. I don't know, there's certain things where I'm just like, man, yeah, I don't know. So solid dice are one of those things where it's like, sometimes I want to make solid dice because there's some really pretty dice that are just solid colors. I've done matte black dice. I should make some more matte black dice. Actually, we might just make some matte black dice at some point, or I might just make a bunch of sets of matte black dice because you can do really cool things with matte black dice. But I don't know. I always if you sanded and polished your masters really well, do you think it makes much of a difference to sand and polish sets after? Well, the reason that I end up sanding things after, I don't end up sanding all of the sides of my dice after. Let me show you. Grab one of these. Let's find, so I'll show you a D20 here. See if I can show you. Something gonna be easier to see. No, okay. I'll see if I can show you. But when you pull them out of the molds, there's like usually a little lip around where the edge was of the mold. And so what I'm doing when I'm sanding is I'm sanding off those lips. So I'll be sanding like, on the D20s I usually end up sanding 4 faces. Because I do these 3 and then the top one. So then I need to polish those because those are sanded and matte then. Let me see. Could you hire it out? Business classes I've taken always said for things you could hire out, like payroll and stuff, might be worth to see if you could ship for sanding and polishing. I don't know if that would be cost effective for me though. I don't know if that would be, I don't know if that'd be cost effective for me or not. Also, I feel like I've gotten it down now. It just takes time. It's just the boring part. Just the boring part. Okay, let me grab a couple of mixing cups. I need one for the brown and one for the white. Let's see what we got over here. This one might work for the brown. Yeah, I don't know. I think it just wouldn't necessarily be, I don't know. I'm a little bit too much of a control freak. I definitely don't want to have employees. I'm assuming you mean basically subcontracting the work. But I don't know. I'm a little bit too much of a control freak too, I think. And I think that, like I said, I don't think making the sets is an issue. I can make plenty of sets. So, I don't know. You know, you're right in that, like, I could make more sets if I wasn't spending time sanding. But at the same time, like, part of my limiting factor on making sets is the cure time. Like, if I wanted to make more sets at a time, I'd probably get another pressure pot. Because at the moment, you know, I'm making, at max, 3 sets of dice a day. And that's because my resin has to cure for 24 hours before I can take things out of the pressure pot and unmold them. And so I'm only, you know, I can make 3 sets at a time. That's about how much my mixing cups hold and about how much work time I have before my resin starts getting kind of a little bit too thick for me to do anything with it. And so I can make about 3 sets at a time. And so then I have to wait 24 hours before I can make another set of dice because my pressure pot is full of 3 sets of dice. So if I wanted to make more dice, I think I'd probably just get a second pressure pot and I could make, you know, 6 sets of dice in a day or whatever. Yeah, there is time there that's just like, this is time I could be spent doing something else. I tend to, I don't know, I'd probably still end up working. I don't know, since I work from my house, I never shut off work brain. But I mean, I've never been able to shut off work brain. That's something I realized when I quit my job to go back to school. I had like a month or 2 in between once I quit my job and before I actually went back to school. And I realized I did not know how to relax. This is not going to work for me. Let's find a different one. I could not remember how to relax anymore. I just could not relax. So, yeah, me relax. Yeah, no, they're all. Yeah, I do have a tiered insert. I really only put 1 layer in usually. I use the tiered insert mostly for when I'm making molds. Like I just made molds last night. I'm using one of them. There's the D8 over here. And it's hard to fit, you know, all of these in the same, I'll pull out all the molds that I made. It's hard to fit all of those onto just the one layer. So I use the tiered insert for that usually. But I just don't want to open up my pressure pot once I've got things curing in there. I feel like that might mess it up. I mean, I don't know, but yeah. Let's see. Your wife has her own business, and she just said her business had limits. She didn't want to grow past a point, which is a decision. Yes. Yeah. I never want to have employees. That's like I always want to be kind of working from. I don't want to have the responsibility of employees. I'd be okay with having like a partnership with like maybe my brother or a friend or something, but I don't want to get to the point where I have employees. That I have, you know, kind of thought about that a little bit, and I think that, you know, that's kind of an individual. I think, like you were saying, it's kind of that's an individual decision from person to person. Some people probably love to get, you know, super big to the point where, you know, they're running things, but I don't know. The thing I enjoy about doing this is just kind of the personal aspect again, I guess. I enjoy doing like commissions and working with people on projects, and that sort of thing. And, you know, maybe I'll get to the point where I'll want some help doing something in particular. Maybe I'll find someone else that can do that. I don't know, but I don't know. I enjoy not having the responsibility of having to manage someone else. Might be a limit to not cover your bills. That's fair. I do think that some of it is just, I think some of the things I can become more efficient. Maintain enough of the hobby to keep it fun and not let it become too much of a job. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, at the same time, like, I do think of this as my job now. Like, I do think of this as my job. And there's certain days where I'm just like, man, I really don't want to go make dice. I'm comfy. I'm reading a book. But I really need to go get some work done. And then also, but I mean, then I come downstairs and I start making dice. And I'm like, I'm having fun. But to be fair, I love doing this. Like I said, I had a desk job for 5 years. I'm not cut out for a desk job. Not cut out for a desk job at all. I don't know what I'd do, though, if I went back into, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know, what do you guys think I would be good at? Like, I don't know, what could you see me doing if I went back and got a job? The struggle of entrepreneurship, yeah, pretty much. I don't know, I'm still, like I said, I've been doing this for a year, but I still feel like I'm figuring everything out. Like, I'm still figuring things out. I'll get things figured out eventually, I think. Hopefully. All right, so we have our white here. I don't want a little flecks of green there. I don't think I want green in my, I don't want green glitter in my coffee. Okay. So we want this to kind of sink in there. So we're going to kind of overload this with some pigment. Although this dice is not, we're doing 2, so it's not going to take a ton. Let's add quite a bit of this. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be, let's add a little bit more. Maybe not that much. Oh gosh, not that much. Yeah, okay, I think I added a little bit too much. All right, well, we'll call that good. I'll call that good. So that's going to be kind of a shimmering white. And I'm going to kind of overload the resin with some of the mica so that it's heavier and it'll sink into there. I have an eye for cover and the gift of gab. Oh, alright, have fun lurking. Have fun lurking, gremlin. I think I'd want something that involves talking to people. Like, that was one of my favorite things at the job that I had, was I was kind of the front desk for an apartment for a little while. And I really enjoyed, like, just being, like, interacting with people face to face. So I can see definitely doing something with that. Okay, this is going to just be the matte black. Let's find one for matte black. We'll do that for matte black. Alright, and then for our green mica drop here, I'm going to do, clear resin, and then I'm going to add some clear resin with green glitter on top of that, and then I'm going to add a couple drops of of alcohol inks, and then I'm going to add the mica powder. I'm going to do it in that order because the glitter's going to sink, but I want to do these early enough. Give classes on dice making. Isn't that what I'm doing here? Sort of. To be fair, I did debate, like, making YouTube videos at one point. My problem is that I hate editing. I really can't stand editing. I don't have the patience for it. I'm not good at it. But yes, we're gonna do it in that order because these are gonna try hire it out. That's, to be fair, that's something I've debated. But I don't know anything about that. I'd have to look into that more. We're gonna do it in this, but yeah, okay, yes, right. That is an idea. That is something I should look into. But the order of the clear and then the clear with the glitters, because the glitter's gonna sink. And I want it to not be all at the very bottom, but I want to pour this early enough that there's time for the mica to sink. So we're going to try and balance it where there's enough time for the mica to actually drop into the resin without all of the glitter dropping completely into the resin. Okay, so we want one for this, and then that'll be clear. If it's a video, you could sell a series and then you could have self-help books. I am suddenly imagining, like, a dice making classes, but styled like 80s aerobic videos. That is, I'm imagining this on, like, VHS for some reason. Or, yeah, VHS tapes. Man, I do spreadsheets. I do like spreadsheets. Wait, spreadsheets of what? I'm not sure what spreadsheets we're doing. Oh, you don't know they're my... It's fair. You say spreadsheets, I just think of Excel files, so I was just kind of... I'm like, wait, what data are we collating, or... Alright, so this is going to be... do our green mica in here. And this one looks like it had... Ooh. This one looks like it had green multichrome in here. I can get the resin out of here. Oh, self-help videos with PowerPoint and spreadsheets. There we go. There we go. Alright. To be fair, this could be cool with some of the green multi-chrome. So I have like a multi-chrome that I got. So it has, you know, kind of multiple colors in the same pigment. I got these flakes. I don't know if I'll be able to show you the colors or not. It doesn't really show up on camera. There's kind of like a dark green and then a light green. And I could do that in here. Let me see if I have that here. Where's that color? Here it is. I think it'll be easier to show here. So you can kind of see there's like that green there, and then there's kind of a blue. And then if you get it at a certain angle, there's almost like a yellowish green. Kind of hard to see on camera, but that could be pretty. It ends up looking kind of dark though. I'm thinking though that it wouldn't sink as much as the glitter, which would honestly might be good. Might be good if it doesn't sink quite as much as the glitter. Well, while I'm debating, reminds you of like emeralds. Ooh, pretty. Let's get our mica powder put into our mixing cup while deciding. Cause I'm still not. I don't know if I want to do the multichrome or if I want to do the glitter or if I want to do both. So this one, I want to add quite a bit because I want to. Baby, I'm working. Can you hear the cat in the background? Oh, sure. Now she stops. I want to kind of overload the resin with this pigment. This is a mica powder, so mica is a type of rock. So it's, you know, going to be a little bit heavier. Oh. She's scratching at the door and meowing out there. But mica is, you know, heavier than the resin. Normally, you know, it's ground up so fine it stays suspended in the resin pretty well. But if I mix this up with some resin, but I have it really heavy on the mica, it's going to be heavier than the other resin, so it's going to sink. And so that's what we're going to try and do here. We're going to add resin to this and make it very, very pigment heavy so that hopefully it will sink through the other resin. Yeah, I found out about that technique fairly recently. I'm like, they're so pretty. So now I'm using it at every chance. You have family that work in mica quarries. I bet that's tough work. I bet that's tough work. Yeah, should I do very dangerous? I feel like any quarry work is. So I have two different colored glitters, or I could do a multi-chrome that kind of has the same colors in it, but it's all in one pigment. And I don't think it'll sink as much. But it'll probably look darker. It might look a little bit darker, which might make it look a little bit out of place. I don't know, what do you think? Should I go with the multi-chrome that's gonna look kind of darker and a little bit more random in its shapes and sizes? Or should I go with the glitter? I think I might go with the multi-chrome because I don't think I've used them yet in all of these, so it might be fun to just do something that's a little bit different than the other things because I've done green glitter and things. So let's do a little bit of the multi-chrome. Oh, here, let's see if I can show you. Oh, it looks more blue on camera. It looks so hard to show this color on camera. It looks more blue on camera. It's very like lime green, and then there's like a kind of a dark green, and then there's a little bit kind of a bluish green in there. I found that my camera tends to make things look more blue. So let's add some of this. Oh, I don't actually probably need quite that much, but I don't think I need quite that much. Just a second, let's get some of that out of there actually. All right, because we're just gonna add kind of a little bit coming from the same side as the mica. That's the idea here anyways. We want it to kind of like look like it's rising along with our mica pigment. Then we've got our inks as well. All right, is that everything? I think that's everything. I think so. We might have a little bit of extra pigment, or a little bit of extra resin, we'll find out. But I do think, let me grab my safety equipment, and I think we will be all set to go. All right, so I'm gonna grab my gloves and my respirator. So I am gonna be a little bit muffled for the rest of the stream. I'm gonna sound like this. I'll try to speak as clearly as possible, but yeah, it's gonna be a little muffled. It's gonna be a little muffled, but better to be safe than sorry. All right. Superhero music. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Apparently, I don't know superhero music very well. All right, let me grab the resin and we'll get that poured. All right, I'm gonna go quiet for just a minute here. I can't measure and talk at the same time. So feel free to, you know, talk in the chat, and I'll be right back. All right, there's part one. So that was the actual resin, and then we're going to add some hardener as well. The resin I use is equal parts A and part B. 2 parts. Let's pour the second part. All right, and there's the hardener. All right, and let's get this all mixed up. All right, I'll be stirring for a while so we can go back to chatting. Yeah, I want to make sure this gets mixed up completely, otherwise it will not cure properly. I'll end up with sticky parts. I remember when I first tried out resin, that happened. I don't know if maybe I just didn't mix it perfectly, or like I didn't get the amounts right. Like I added a little bit too much of part A or part B, or if I just didn't get it all stirred up completely. But the first thing I ever made with resin definitely had a sticky part on it, which is not what you want at all. So we're gonna make sure that this gets mixed up completely, and that'll take a few minutes. I am kind of excited to, is there something on my neck? Sorry, it feels like there's something, maybe it's just my sweater. There's just something rubbing against my neck. Alright, what was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. Well, alright, here's a question for you guys. If you had a superpower, what would it be? It's such a basic icebreaker question.
What superpower would I want? I mean, I feel like shapeshifting's always a go-to, just because it'd be like cool to be a dragon sometimes. Um, I'm trying to think of what I would have always said as a kid. Probably flight. I think maybe it'd be really cool to fly. But again, if you could shapeshift, time control, hands down. Oh gosh, no, I think that would terrify me. Oh man. Like on the one hand, yes, but on the other hand, whenever you start getting to like time stuff, it just, I don't know, it just freaks me out for some reason. Like, it's like time travel. Like, man, it just makes my brain hurt. With all the paradoxes and everything, I'm like, nah, I don't know if I like that. It would be cool though. It'd be very useful. I feel like that'd be very useful. I think I'd go for like flight though or something, just because I think it'd be fun. I like moving it at high speeds, and I feel like flying would be cool. But maybe like shape shifting or something. Cause I do feel like then I'd get flight and stuff. Like, I don't know, if you could turn into like a bird. I'd probably just spend all my time as like a crow or something. Actually, like some sort of like corvid or bird would be pretty cool, because then I could probably still talk, because like there's birds that can, emulate human speech, mimic sounds. So I could probably still talk, because I'd be able to make those sounds, but also I'd be a bird, which would be pretty cool. Yeah, and I might go for some sort of corvid. I like crows and ravens and magpies and all them. I feel like I understand them on a collecting random junk level. I definitely collect way too much random junk. That's why I did the painting that I did of a crow standing on a pile of random pieces of junk that I collected over the years. I'm that person though, and I feel like I've met a lot of other artist type people that are the same way, where I just like have so much random junk that I've collected that I'm just like, I could use this for an art project in the future. So I just have boxes of random things. It's like, this could be cool for an art project. I don't know what art project or when, but it could be cool for an art project. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this is not quite mixed yet. There's still some streaks in here. That's usually my best indicator of whether it's mixed completely or not. Is if I can see any streaks in it. Because if I can see streaks in it, that's where the part A and part B are sitting next to each other and aren't actually mixed together. So let's do that. Make sure we don't have any of one of the parts completely all over the stir stick. And make sure I keep scraping the sides and the bottom as well. I don't want a big glob of part A or part B stuck to the sides or the bottom. Yep. Yeah, I just got a big streak of one of them that came off the side, I think. Yeah, it's still a little streaky. So let's see, what's the order that I want to do this in? I should think about that. I think. All right, have a good night, Omar. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep. Let's see. I'm trying to think of like the order that I want to do this in. I'm thinking maybe you were looking on Amazon for something that would solve the A/B mixing. Apparently, have like handheld things to do it. Oh, like the little tiny like stirrers for like coffee and stuff. To be fair, my hand mixing works just fine for me. It just takes a minute. Which is fine. Gives us a little bit of time to talk. I just want to make sure that I have don't have anything stuck to any of the sides. Find repeatable things for yourself. That's fair. I tend to over mix things a little bit too. Like, even after I think all of the streaks are gone, I still mix a little bit. Because with the pressure pot, you know, I'm not too worried about mixing in a little bit of extra air. So that's not, you know, too big of a deal. I'd rather it be fully mixed than have a few extra bubbles in it. That said, I think this is getting pretty close. Just trying to see if there's any more streaks in it. Let me scrape the sides one more time. I wonder how much air that would add though, compared to like hand mixing it. Like I was saying with over mixing my stuff a little bit. I wonder if it would, actually probably wouldn't add any air. So maybe that would be a good way to go. Oh, felt like I was gonna sneeze. That's always fun with the respirator on. But I think pretty good. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it works. I wonder what the cleanup would be like, because of the resin and everything, but could be interesting to try. It'd be interesting to hear how it goes. I'm interested to hear how it goes. Alright, this appears to be mixed completely. Let me just scrape this off one last time, double check that there's none of anything on the stir stick. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, I'm going to start divvying this off a little bit. I don't think I need too much here. This is for the blank inserts going into the molds. Because there's not a lot of space that still needs filled in. Oh, there's some made of silicone, but like a hardened. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm not thinking of the same thing that you're thinking of. So a little bit of this, and then we want some of this. So I'm gonna do the blank insert ones, and I'm gonna do the mica drop swirl ones. So I want to leave enough time for, you know, the mica to actually sink. I want to make sure I have enough mica in here. I think I do. Alright. I do want to divvy all of this resin up though, because I found that if I leave the resin in my big cup, it'll get warm a lot faster and it'll start to harden up, and that's not what I want at all. I had way too much white, I can tell. I had way too much white pigment, but that's okay. That's fine. Honestly, in this case, a little bit too much is better than not enough. Yeah, that's definitely pigmented with the mica powder. And I think maybe I should add a little bit more to the green, because I want it very pigmented. And we'll do about 5, I think. Alright, these ones would be 4s, so about 7.5 probably. Alright, these ones would be 2s, so this one will do about 5 and then about 2.5 the other one. Oops, plenty of that. Oh. 2.5. Oh, okay, that is what I was thinking of. Okay. Alright, I was thinking of that. I've always seen them with like the metal though, so I was just like, did they make them with silicone? But that'd be interesting if they had it with silicone. But I guess that makes sense. It would make sense that they do like silicone ones. 7.5. This one's going to be the semi-translucent brown for the like coffee. This one's going to be our matte black, and it's D12. So let's go up to 10 or so. A little bit more than 10 actually. Yeah, to be fair, I don't know though, because if you have it submerged in the resin, it might not be, it'd be spinning, but it'd be spinning at the bottom, so it might not be pulling air in. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, and then I think we have enough for this one. So let's do 10 of this. 10 milliliters of pink. 10 milliliters of the blue. Roughly 10 milliliters. And then we're going to do about 2.5-ish of this one. And that's our glitter. And then we're going to do about 7.5 of our black. I might do a little bit closer to 10 actually on this one, just so I know that I have enough. Alright, and then we got a little bit of extra clear resin in here, which is good, just a little tiny bit. If we need just a little bit of resin for any one of these, we'll have that off to the side, just in case. So perfect. Alright, so this is our clear with a little bit of gold shimmer. That's going to go around the space dice. And let's get these in here. So, these are the ones with our, take a look at that. Oh, interesting. I see. Oh. That's kind of cool. I think I'm doing like small enough batches, and it's been working for me consistency that I'm not too worried. Like, but that would be cool to try. If you end up trying that, I'd be interested to see how it works. Because it looks cool. All right, so this is clear, just a little bit of gold shimmer in there, and so I'm just going to pour a little bit into each of these. And honestly, if I end up adding some clear as well, that's fine. It doesn't need to have the gold shimmer, equally through it. Yeah, something you do consistently. That makes perfect sense. Oops, I just added way too much to the D4. I do want to clear out air bubbles from any of the like zeros and the spots in there, because I found that air likes to get trapped in like the the round part of the 8s or the 6s, and then when I put the blank inserts in, it can't get into there, and so then I end up with little air gaps there. So let's see if I can fill those in now before I actually put the blanks in. So we'll do our 6s and our 9s and our 8s and 0s. Alright, so let's add these in, and then I'm going to put these in, and then we'll add probably a little bit more resin as it's needed. I'm not too worried about these facing any particular direction, so we're just going to put these in, and where the stars end up, the stars end up, so that's A-okay. But there's still an air bubble in this 8, so let's get that out of there. I think I can pop that one too. Alright. Alright, I'm going to put this one in. Here's our D6. Alright, let's put... I'll put the moon on the 6th side for this one. And our D4, which I had way too much resin to the D4, so we'll... this is going to probably end up with resin everywhere, which is fine. Yeah, that's fine. I end up with some resin all over the place. Who doesn't need a little resin all over the place? Perfect. I do want to make sure that that's in completely, though. Alright. And then we'll add our last little bit of resin that we need on these. Yeah, the D12 needs some more resin to sink into there, and our D8's not looking too bad, but yeah. I might have actually grabbed like just the right amount of resin, which is a first. Yes. So press these down and make sure there's no like air bubbles. D12 has air bubbles. I'm trying to get the resin to sink in there. Alright. Cool. Alright. So let me set these off to the side. I usually just set these onto my little tray here, out of the way. Add a little bit of resin to the lid as well. I'll let all the air rise to the surface over here while it sits. And then we can add a little bit more resin to those as air bubbles rise to the surface and as we need to. Because like the D12 here, you can see there's air that's still making its way out as the resin finds its way down. So while it does that, we'll let it sit for a minute. Alright. Alright. There's the D4. And we'll, oops, and I need to do the D2 as well. That's what I'm forgetting. Let's fill in the D2. I might need a little bit more. I might need to add a little bit more of the clear resin in here. And like I said, it's not too big of a deal if the gold glitter is not completely even. I'm not too worried about that. Because, you know, it doesn't need to be even. I don't think it's going to be even super noticeable if it's not even, but, you know. I just want a little bit of shimmer in there anyways. Let's put this on the lid. There's a hair there. I wonder where that came from. I totally didn't have a cat in here earlier. Alright, let's I'll put this off to the side to sit as well. I might spritz these down with a little bit of rubbing alcohol. Just helps break the surface tension. Helps all those bubbles to pop on the surface. The D12 is definitely going to need some more resin, but we'll add that in a little bit. Although let me spritz down the D12. All right, let's move on to maybe these. No, we're going to move on to the micas. That's right. This one. This is one with the green, and I think it's probably fine, but I'm still going to add a little bit more green because I want this thing to have so much pigment in it that it doesn't even know what to do with itself. And by that I mean it knows exactly what to do with itself, and that is to sink. And I want it to sink. So I want this thing heavily pigmented. Alright, so we're gonna mix in a little bit more of that green mica as well. Yeah, this is definitely very, very heavily pigmented with that mica. So, oh, I needed clear resin for this. Do I have enough clear resin for this? I probably don't. Oh wait, no, I have the other. This might not. I don't know if I'm gonna have resin for this. Well, let's start with one of them, and then we'll see how much resin there is. Like, I don't need to fill it up all the way, but the D20s do take quite a bit more resin than the other dice. I end up only making one. That's fine. Yeah, I might just have enough resin for one of the D20s. I can make the second one later. I know what colors and everything I'm using, so it's not a big deal. And it's not like they have to be exactly the same. I'm gonna leave this D20 for, what is today? Today's Wednesday, another day. Oh, I did want to tell you guys too, I will not be streaming on Saturday, and I probably won't be streaming for the next couple of Saturdays. I'm helping my family with some stuff, so I'm going to be busy, but I will be back eventually. The next couple of Saturdays I won't be here. At least not to stream. I'm sure I will still be working on things and posting photos in the Discord and all that, but I won't be streaming. Hopefully I don't need any more clear resin. So that was that. But let's mix up our green multi-chrome here. We'll add that next. And my I'm figuring that some of this will get pulled down with our green mica. That's kind of the idea anyway. So we're going to add this resin. It is a very pretty color. It does look kind of dark though. Like, I think it's just because it's very like opaque with the in the clear resin. I don't know. Alright, and then I'm going to add, actually I want a little bit less of that. I'm going to take a little bit out. Alright. And then I'm going to add a little bit of alcohol ink. I'm going to try a drop of a dark green and a drop of a slightly lighter green. And then I'm going to add our green mica over top of that. And my plan here is that the mica is going to pull all of those different colors down with it as it sinks to the bottom of the mold. So we'll give that a minute. We'll probably be able to see if it starts sinking. It tends to kind of you know, end up with some other colors and stuff on the top. So we'll set that off to the side as well. Let that start getting itself figured out. And let's start getting, let's see, and then the other mica one. This is going to be our coffee sort of dice. So I want to get a good brown for it. So to get I don't have a brown ink. I need to get some new inks. Maybe I'll get a brown ink. I'm running out of a couple colors. So to do brown, I usually mix a little bit of orange. And a little bit of purple. Because, you know, brown is really just like a dark orange color. And I found that the purple makes it darker and also just kind of like keeps it kind of warm toned, I guess, maybe. Maybe even a little bit too red. But I could add a little bit of blue, I suppose, but I don't know. I just like the purple because it keeps it kind of reddish. I could use another drop of the purple. This is how I made like a honey color before. If I wanted it like dark, maybe I'd use blue instead of purple. I don't know. Yeah, and I think actually, I don't know, it tends to maybe get a little bit too red. Maybe I should just use blue instead of the purple, because it ends up kind of reddish. Am I gonna make a mistake? I'm gonna make a mistake if I try adding a little tiny bit of blue. Let's see what a little bit of blue does. I may have just messed everything up. We'll find out. I think it's going to make it a lot darker, but it should make it a lot cooler tone too. Actually, it's not bad. Let's see. Sorry, I'm holding it up. I'm holding it up a little bit so that I can look through it and see what color it is. It's maybe even still a little bit red. I'm going to add a little tiny bit of yellow. Maybe this is where I'll mess up my color. It's like a fine balancing act of trying to get it like good appetizing brown color. Alright, maybe that's a little bit more coffee-ish. It's not quite as like red. It's maybe, yeah. I think that looks very coffee-ish. Let's see if I can get it so you can see through it. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of a coffee color. So we're going to use that. I think that's where we're going to leave that color. So for this one, I'm going to do kind of something similar. I'm going to fill this up most of the way with this brown color. And then we're going to add some of our, there's a fleck of something in there. A fleck of a different piece of resin in there. Alright, so we're gonna add our brown, and then we'll add a little bit of the mica to kind of look like Looks more maple syrupy. To be fair, the color's not quite what it's showing up as. But yeah, maybe it is more maple syrupy. That's quite possible. Maybe we'll end up with maple syrup dice and I'll start over again, but that's fine. That's fine, we can make maple syrup dice. Alright, and I fill this up most of the way. Alright, and yeah, it's kind of, maybe it is kind of maple syrupy. It almost looks more red, I think, on camera somehow. If they smell like cinnamon. That's a different set that's going to smell like cinnamon. We'll see. Alright, and here's our mica. And it's probably going to start sinking almost immediately because this stuff's really loaded with the mica. We'll see how that goes. And this stuff will probably start sinking to the bottom. And I'll show you how it looks once it starts sinking. So I'm trying to coat it so that it's all over the top. I don't want it all just on one side. I'm going to add a little bit to the lid as well. So I do want, that white to be up at the top still. So we'll add some to the lid. And I'll set this off to the side as well to sit for a minute. Let me spritz it down. There's quite a bit of air in the brown, so let me spritz it and get some of those air bubbles off the surface, and I'll set that over here. I've got a little bit of brown and a little bit of white left over. Let me set those off to the side here. Now, speaking of the cinnamon ones, let's start up our cinnamon ones and see how they look. See how the cinnamon looks. I do almost kind of hope that when I start sanding them, they smell like cinnamon, because, man, that'd be really cool if they actually smelled like cinnamon. I do want to make sure that it's mostly opaque. I'm thinking that I'm going to sand it so that it's matte, so it's going to have a matte finish to it. So, maybe they will end up sounding like cinnamon, but I do want to make sure that it's mostly opaque. And I think we're good. I think we got the kind of opaque look that we want it all. It looks very dark on camera, but you can see it's not like a lot of light shines through. There's some light that shines through when I tilt it off the side there, but I think in the dice themselves, it's going to show up as the sort of gingerbread look that I want. Has a little bit of a texture to it. That's one of the things that I like about using spices as pigments, is that, well, sometimes I like it. Depends on what I'm trying to do. But I like the little bit of texture that they usually have. Like, they're not like perfectly flat colors. There's a little bit of like grain to them. But let's see. That's all mixed. Let me pour that in. I hope there's enough resin. Yeah, there's going to be plenty of resin. I added just a little bit too much of resin to all the other things. All of these. Didn't have quite enough. Hi, Nerd Holla. How you doing? I'm making cinnamon dice at the moment. We'll see what happens. Yeah, the pigment in here is cinnamon. Well, I'm trying to make kind of like gingerbread dice, and I thought the color would be good, but I am kind of hoping that when I sand them, they smell like cinnamon. Because I do have, so part of the reason I'm like, maybe they'll smell like cinnamon when I sand them, is because I have some glow-in-the-dark pigments that smell like sulfur. And so when I'm sanding those, sometimes I can smell I'm like, why does it smell like eggs? And it's because I'm sanding it. But like usually then once they're all polished and everything, they don't smell like sulfur anymore. But we'll see. I think it would be interesting to me if they end up smelling like cinnamon. Alright, those are full, so let me set those off to the side. Alright, so we got some cinnamon left over. You up to anything fun tonight, Nerd Holla? I think we've gotten most of the air out of here. Let's add more of our resin. this thing filled up all the way. Yeah. This is fun though. Everyone's stopping by tonight to hang out for a bit. That's what I like about streaming, is just hanging out with folks for a bit. Oh, it's D4. He has some bubbles. Maybe it could use a little bit more resin. Ugh. Man, I should like make more tea, I think, for these things. My throat's getting just a little bit tired. My voice is getting a little tired. You'd think that I'd be used to this. You'd think that I'd be used to the streaming for, it's only been 3 hours. Like, you'd think I'd be used to it, but for some reason, my voice just wants to be tired now. But, you know, I guess I am kind of used to it at this point. I have gotten used to talking nonstop for 3 hours. It is, so I took a, I've talked about this before. I took a voice acting class a little bit into the quarantine. I took it, you know, via Zoom. It was really fun. There was certain aspects to it that I just, you know, wasn't great at, and other aspects where I'm like, oh, I'm pretty good at this. I have a multi-tiered tray for my pressure pot. Oh, I have a multi-tiered tray for my pressure pot. My problem is that I can only make 3 sets of dice at a time, and I don't know whether it will cause problems if I open up my pressure pot in the middle of things curing in there, because I would end up putting 3 sets of dice in, and then going back to work on another 3 sets of dice, because that's how much my mixing cup can hold of resin, and how many I can do in a sitting before it starts being, you know, starts to set up basically a little bit. And I don't know if it would cause problems if I opened up the pressure pot in the middle of things curing or not. Maybe it wouldn't, but yeah, resin times. Yeah. I have ordered a different kind of resin that I'm gonna try out that has a shorter curing time. So I'm kind of excited to see how that goes. I have some ideas for that I'm not gonna share yet. We'll see how it goes. But I'm kind of hopeful that that this new resin that I ordered. I'm always so wary of trying something new, especially when what I've got going now works for me. It's just like, yeah, you know, the resin that I'm using now works for me and everything, but I saw this other resin, I'm just like, this has some properties that I think I could do some interesting things with. But it has a much shorter cure time, which means that I could make a set of dice, let them cure, and then the same day go back and make another set of dice, and then let them cure. But we'll see. I'm gonna try it out. We'll see how it goes. I think I need a little bit more gold in here. Just not quite enough gold in here. Yeah, I added way too much resin to all of these other ones, so I didn't end up with quite enough for the second D20. But that's fine. We'll count it as an experiment this time to see if I end up even liking the D20 that I end up with. There we go. There's a little bit more gold. I didn't want it to be like super opaque, but I at least want to be able to kind of see this gold. It was just kind of shimmery before. Alright, let's add some more. Just going to add some gold here to the back. Oops. And I'll add some to the lid as well. And I'm going to add some of the other resins to the lid as well. I'm trying to avoid getting too much of the iridescent foil where it will end up against the lid. Actually, I guess that doesn't matter too much with the way that I sand these, so that's fine. All right, so let me spritz these down. I'll show them to you. So here's the D2 with a little bit of gold and a bunch of other shimmery things in there. I'll set them off to the side. Let's spritz everything else down here too. It looks like we've got some air bubbles on the surface. Let's get those popped. Alright, so this is going to be the black with the gold glitter. I think I want to do this one last. So I've got a couple different gold glitters there, and we're going to add a little bit of black ink in here. I'm gonna do half black with gold glitter, and then half. Because I'm adding this over to my my Galaxy one over there too, because I use the same black. So it's going to be half black with gold glitter and then half gold. That's the idea anyway. So I'm just going to do the first half today. It's going to be the black with the gold glitter. But I think, ooh, that's actually really pretty. I added two different glitters in there. Let me get this stirred up and I'll show you, because I think it ended up kind of pretty. It ended up classy with the two different glitters. You can kind of see there's like two different size glitters in there. It's always so hard to show you with the glare. Classy. So I think that's going to be pretty good. Like I said, we'll wait a minute to do those, because I want that resin to be nice and thick for that fit. Alright, and this one we're going to do an opaque black. Where's a good stir stick here? So this is my opaque black pigment, and a little bit goes a long way here. I'm gonna show you. I always really enjoy stirring this up, and I'll show you why. So here's my little bit of black pigment, and here's my clear resin. It just gets. I love how it mixes in, and it just gets like so dark so quick. I don't know. It's just always so satisfying to me for some reason. I could actually use a little bit more black pigment, I think. I could actually use a little tiny bit more. It's not quite. Oh, it might be okay actually. I think it was just stuck on my stir stick. Let's scrape that off. Alright. Dark and twisty. Excellent. Oh, I was saying before though about the voice acting class I took. There's some things I was good at, some things I wasn't good at. But like, I do think that I have built up some endurance. I don't know how long of a being able to talk nonstop I could do, but just a little tiny bit more. But I do think that I have built up my endurance a little bit for talking nonstop for an extended period of time, just because of, you know, streaming. Alright, let's get this mixed up. Let me get all of the black pigment off of here. Alright. I don't know. To be fair, it's one of those things, like, I enjoy acting and stuff. I've done, like, musical theater and stuff since I was a kid. I've always been a show-off. That's not recent. But I feel like acting is maybe one of the most embarrassing jobs. And that maybe sounds weird, but, like, if you ever think about just acting in general, voice acting too, if you ever think about the things that you're listening to or the things that you're watching out of context, because when you're actually like filming or recording, it's out of context usually. You know, you're doing one little scene at a time and that sort of thing. It's not necessarily. You're not necessarily watching the whole story unfold at the same time. You're doing one little piece at a time, and it's just it can be so awkward. Some of the things, like, if you ever think about, like, animated shows, or even, like, video games, and, like, take a video game, all of those different, like, fighting noises, like, like, all of those are just a single person in front of a microphone, just making a bunch of noises, and so it's just so awkward out of context. And I don't know if I could do it or not. On the one hand, I'd love to be more confident in just doing things. No, 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 no. You need me to make random fighting noises? Yeah, to be fair, it is fun to do. It is fun to make random fighting noises every once in a while. So to be fair, so one of the things that so first of all, the reason that I don't think I could do voice acting is because I cannot laugh, which sounds weird. I can't. It's so hard to like laugh on command or to try and laugh as a certain character. I just can't do it. But where was I going with this? Where was I going with this? I don't remember where I was going with this. That's embarrassing. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna say one of the things that I have enjoyed doing semi-recently is every once in a while I will just start talking randomly to myself like it's some child's program, and I'm talking to the audience, just like, can you find the red ball? Good job! Like, there's just something fun about doing that. I don't know why. Wow, you did it! Like, I don't know. There's just something fun about doing random like voice lines like that, I guess. I don't know why. Let me grab a pipette. So we're gonna end up using a pipette, I think. Talking to yourself isn't crazy. All the voices in my head has no. Yeah. That's two of the things that I've taken to semi-recently when it comes to just like talking to myself and stuff. One of them is that where I'll just do like a random silly voice that maybe semi pertains to what I'm working on. The other thing is that if I'm thinking, I make Minecraft villager noises. Which if you've never played Minecraft, they just go like, huh. And also, I've taken to doing that. If I'm trying to think. I mean, who doesn't? Yeah, fair. Alright. That's something I really enjoy about hanging out with, like, other theater people, though. Is just, like, people just, like, if you're waiting around to, like, you know, go do your scene or something, people just talking in random silly voices. It's like, my people who also talk in random silly voices just out of the blue. I'm glad that this entertains us. Probably doesn't entertain anybody else. Alright, this is going to be the silver and the glitter. Alright, I think I need a little bit more. I might add a little bit more holographic glitter. This is black, and then it's the graphite and the holographic glitter. I might add a little bit more holographic glitter to this. I think I could use it. So we need to do Minecraft Villager and a bit of the witch too for I don't know if I could do the witch noises. I'd have to hear it again. Yeah. I mean, I feel like something's amiss when you make the Minecraft witch noises. That's a different emotion entirely. But there's definitely been random. I remember, like, there was one random moment. I can't remember what it was, but I was standing in the kitchen and I made the Minecraft villager noise. My brother walked in, and so he also made the Minecraft villager noise. So we were both just standing in the kitchen making Minecraft villager noises. A real sense of camaraderie there, I must admit. All right, let's do our galaxy dice. Before I do that, let me add. I'm just gonna add a little drop of this black, I think, to here, because I think that'll fill that in just fine. I'll get that figured out in a minute. But let's get everything else mixed up. We've got all of our colors here. We've got our black, we've got our blue, and we've got our pink. And then I also have my little cup here of black with some holographic glitter and some, like, just shimmer in it, like some kind of silver shimmer. I think that's going to be good. So we're going to try doing a dirty pour. Normally I would layer these kind of gently in here so that I'd get very kind of distinct layers. But in this case, we're just going to kind of swirl them together a little bit. And that is a-okay. Maybe I added a little bit too much of the blue pigment. That's okay. I get this stirred completely. Yep. All right. So I'm gonna do this with a little cup here. Yeah, and then we'll do our black with our gold glitter last, and then we'll probably fill things in. You did your wife once. She didn't know what you were doing, so you stopped and tried to make the Enderman noise. I imagine that she'd be very confused if you just start making the Enderman noise. Maybe I'll actually put the lid on this. I don't know. I might actually. I think I might actually. I might actually put the lid on this one to try and fill in that. I mean, I really just yelled poof and ran away. I mean, fair. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll put the lid on that one. That was the one that had the air bubble in it with the kind of galaxy colors. All right, let's see here. Let's start doing these. I'm hoping I have enough resin. I'm hoping that I have just enough. I'm gonna add the last little bit of the opaque black to my black because it's not gonna really affect too much, but it'll give me a little bit of extra resin just in case. I'm worried that I'm not going to have quite enough. Also, this is a good way for me to get rid of this extra black, because I don't need it. I don't need all this extra semi-opaque black. We'll just mix it in with the other black. It's not really going to be noticeable one way or another. It is slightly different, so we'll definitely mix it in. She's so confused. I mean, yeah, fair. Yeah. Alright, cool. So, I think that's good on that. Let me set that off to the side. Alright, let me stir in the semi-opaque black, because it is a slightly different black. So let's get that all homogeneous, all the same color. Alright, I think that's good. Alright, so we're going to pour a little bit into our cup here. Not all of it, just some. I want to do this in kind of multiple pours, because otherwise everything will kind of mix together by the end. Like you'll have things kind of swirling and then they'll mix together more and more as you go. Let me get some of the bubbles off of these. Alright, I think I want to do some of this glitter next actually. I'm going to add a couple of little spots to my black, kind of spread it out in the black. Ooh, that could be pretty. And then we're going to add our blue kind of in the middle here. So I want the blue to kind of be in the middle of the pour, and then I'm going to add the pink on top of that blue because I want the pink to be even in the middle of that middle. Oh, here, this will really show you the blue versus the pink. So here's, see how pink, oh, you can kind of see the blue. You can see the blue shimmer there for once. But yeah, see there's the color that it kind of shines. So it's pink, and then it shines that blue color. Alright, I think I have to add about the same amount of pink and blue as I did black. So I think, there we go. That's probably good. And then we're gonna pour that in. Now your kids do it with you. You need to watch a 4 and a 2-year-old yell poof and then run around the room. Oh, I bet that's adorable. I bet that's very cute. I bet that's very cute. There's a lot of blue and pink there. Hopefully I get some of the black in there. I might need to add more of the black actually. You love that blue? Which, yeah. Oh man, it's just so, it's like so shimmery compared to everything. I think I might need to add a little bit more black here. I'm just going to add a little bit more black at the back. Black at the back. And that'll hopefully just kind of push everything else forward, so we'll end up with a lot of our colors getting in there as well. I am curious to see how these turn out as dirty pours, because I don't usually do them this way. But just, you know, judging by the kind of galaxy-ish ones that I did recently, the ones with the liquid cores, I have high hopes. I'm hoping everything swirls together all pretty like. I want it to be all pretty like. All right, let's do our next one, and we'll do it kind of similarly. We're gonna add black, and we're gonna add our blue. And again, I want to try and add maybe, you know, about the same amount of blue as I do, and pink as I do black. Oops, I forgot to add my little spots of sparkles. I forgot the sparkles. Okay, a bit of sparkle, and then we'll add a bit of our pink. Alright, and yeah, it's hard to do dark colored ice with a lot of effects, in your opinion. Yeah, that's fair. I can see that. I think, yeah, I don't know. I like my galaxy dice though. I feel like it's worked out pretty okay with the, because I think the dark background helps in some cases, depending on what you're doing. Like in this case, the dark background is what makes that shimmer really pop. Yeah, I'm curious to see how these turn out. I don't know. I don't know how these are going to turn out. But yeah, I think part of it is just the contrast too. Like, if you're doing, you know, all dark, it's hard to see a lot of like the colors and stuff, I guess, because they're all very similar in shade and stuff. But if you're doing like lighter colored dice, you can get a lot brighter colors. And you can get more contrast, because you have the option to do contrast in color as well as contrast in shade. Whereas when you're doing dark dice, there's not as much opportunity for contrast in color, because everything's kind of, I don't know, kind of similar, I guess, a little bit when it comes to that. Alright, next one. Yeah, I think, I don't know. But Galaxy Dice, though, I always love seeing different people's interpretations of Galaxy Dice, because I feel like they just always end up so pretty. Like, everyone does them different. Everyone does different colors and everything, but I don't know, they just always end up so pretty. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, I hope that these end up looking like my mixing cup, because my mixing cup's looking kind of pretty. See if I can show you. I'm going to show you the mixing cup. It's hard to show. You can kind of see it. It's hard to see. It's hard to see all the, like I said, it's hard to see all those colors. Well, like you said, it's hard to see all the difference and everything. Alright, we'll get our blue. And we'll add our pink. I think maybe that's why this pink works so well, or blue, or whatever it really ends up as, is because it does have a strong contrast. The dark background like allows for that color to really be different. But alright, let's move on. Move on to our next one. Actually, let's add another final drop to our D10 here. Use a little bit more. We'll completely fill that up in a bit, but let's get everything else done down the line. Oh, did I add any of the sparkly? No, that's okay. Make sure we add some of the sparkly black to the lid of this one. I'm fine with it not being completely even. I feel like that's part of the point of these dice. So they're not completely even. There's a little bit of variation between them. That's what I liked about the original dice, so we'll just continue that on with this. I think I could probably just add the rest of the resin here. We're going to do the D6, the D4, and the D2. And I think probably we can just add the rest of our resin and do all of those in succession, because at least the D4 and the D2, they're pretty small. So it's not going to matter too much. Not going to matter too much. There's not a lot of resin there for things to start getting mixed together. Alright. Here's all of our black. Let's do the rest of our blue. Our very, very dark blue. It's a little clumpy, but that's okay. Alright. We're doing it with such dark colors that shouldn't be noticeable. And even if it does end up a little bit noticeable, it just kind of looks like nebula pieces or something, I've found. Like, even if there's a little bit of like the splotchy blue. I do always do them as individual. I used to make exclusively the molds with all of the dice together. I have some over here I could show you. But then I started liking to do dice like this, where I do like sets where every die is different. And I found that it was easier to do those if the dice were all separate, because then I could do them individually. And I just started doing all of my molds that way. Also this way, if like one mold starts getting really old and not being good, I can toss it out, as opposed to having to toss out like a whole set of molds, kind of. I mean, usually they're going to start getting old at the same time, but, you know, if my D8 didn't turn out or something, I can just toss that one. Yeah, I see a lot of people do them as sets though, but just because I like doing sets where they're all different. It works out well for me. Let's move that out of the way. How long do you have to... I don't know. I'm a really bad judge of time in general. So it's just kind of like, I don't know, when they start looking old. To be fair, I use them probably way longer than I should, because, you know, they start getting scratched up after a while. So I have some molds that I made a long while ago, like months ago, that I'm still using, even though they make dice that end up kind of scratched up, because I know that I'm going to put them in the tumbler to polish and they'll be fine. By the time they come out, they'll end up all nice and polished, but... Alright, let me get the last little bit of the pink in here. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. That's something I really should test. That's something I've talked about testing. Like putting a tick, like using the same mold every time and then doing a tick mark or something to see how many times I can use it before it gets kind of battered. But I really need to sort through my molds too. I have quite a few that are really scratched up and I just haven't gotten rid of them. So I really should go through my things. Make some new molds. I made some more molds last night. But I can show you my molds. There's my molds over here. There's all my molds. But yeah, they definitely need sorted through. All of our pretty colors. I'll pour that into our D6. I pour a little bit into the D6 because there's a lot of pink there, and pour some into the D4, and pour some into the D2, just so I can kind of spread out. Oh, I forgot my glittery black. We need to add the glittery black. The most important part. We gotta have that glitter in there. Let's add our glitter. Yeah, starting to get a little bit thicker, so that's good. I can tell the resin's starting to get a little bit thicker, which is hopefully going to make it so that that glitter stays suspended a little bit better. Alright, now let's pour that in. There we go. Good, we got a little bit of that black glitter, the holographic glitter and everything in there now, so that's good. And these ended up, I think if I'm gonna do these again, and I'm not sure because I haven't, haven't seen how they turned out. But I think if I do these again, I might do them with a little bit less of the blue and the pink and more of the black. So I get the feeling that these are going to be very blue and pink. They're going to have a lot of that blue and pink in them, which maybe isn't a bad thing, but I don't know, it's kind of nice if it's like a little subtle. And I'm just going to add a little bit to the lids here. Hopefully try and prevent any like air bubbles getting trapped in between the lids and the dice. And then we'll spritz these down with a little bit of rubbing alcohol. I can see some air bubbles that are already, making their way to the surface here. I'll pop those. Add any more resin to any of these that need it. I think they're all looking pretty good, but and a little bit to the lid here. Now we might have enough to do. To stick my finger in apparently. All right, let's press all these down. And I might have, let's see, because I have a couple of D6s over here that, yeah, this one, I put it in there. Oh, or I have, let's see here, I have some dice. I'm doing Franken dice, so whenever I have some leftover resin, I've just been like putting it into these molds. That one and that one could be. I wonder how you can make a nebula look in the middle of the dice. I mean, I feel like I've seen stuff kind of like that. Let's do this here. I'm going to add the black with the glitter to this one and finish off this D8, hopefully. And not drop that everywhere. I don't know. I feel like there's a couple different ways you could do that. I bet there's multiple ways to do that. It depends on like what you imagine a nebula looking like. Now there's a bunch of resin here that I need to get rid of because it's going to make it difficult to put the lid on. But I don't know, I feel like I've seen cool ones that look like almost like they have like wormholes in the middle. It's like, oh, that's really cool. I don't know how people do that. I have maybe some ideas, maybe kind of like a reverse Petri type thing, or where you put the pigment in first and then you add the resin on top of that and it kind of swirls up and around. I did that with a jumbo D20 and it kind of did some odd things. Kind of like that. Should I finish? I'm going to finish this one off. So, these, like I said, these are the Franken dice. And the idea is to have like a bunch of different layers and different thicknesses and angles and things. So I'm just going to finish this off with that brown color, which looks kind of reddish now, actually. It's looking a little bit more reddish, but that's fine. Alright, but I want to get these Franken dice done because I think they're going to be cool. Let me get these. Alright, and then I still have a D20 there that I might add something to. Maybe some gold. What are you sort of picturing for a nebula look? Because that sounds really cool. I'm curious what you're thinking. What do you mean, like kind of like little disparate pieces kind of floating in nebula colors? Is that kind of what you're thinking? I can see that too. I'm not quite sure. Ooh, look how pretty that looks in the cup. I sure hope it ends up looking that pretty. This is a D6. Okay. let's, before we, use a whole bunch of our extra resin, let's get our D10s here filled up halfway. So these are the ones that are the black with the gold glitter in them. Like your one whole idea with like dark center with outreaching layers of color explosions. Ooh. I feel like I've seen stuff like that and I'm not quite sure. I do think maybe with like let's do some experiments. Let's do some experiments. I'm not streaming on Saturday, like I said, but let me see what my plans are for Wednesday. Maybe we could do some experiments, like an experiment like that on Wednesday. All right. So I'm going to attempt to add this into here. I want it to be about halfway. I think this is going to be pretty. Alright, I'm assuming, okay. Ooh, yeah. That always reminds me of, like, the nebulas like that always remind me of, like, eyes. Like, the irises of eyes. It's really interesting how certain things just happen to emulate other things. It would be really cool to make dice like that. I got a little off topic, but like, I remember I was flying in a plane into Seattle, and it was dark out, and I was looking out the plane window, and I remember seeing I saw all of the like streets with all of the cars on them, and there was just kind of like, larger streets that kind of branched out into smaller streets, and they all had like these lights that were traveling on them because there's all the cars. And it really reminded me of like images I had seen of like neurons and stuff in the brain. It's just so fascinating to me, like how it just kind of matched randomly. Just like, man, these things are the same somehow. And they really are. They were kind of the same somehow. It was like, information traveling from one place to another. This is true. We are creatures of habit. But I don't know. Just seeing how one thing can like look like another thing or act like another thing that seems completely unrelated. I guess humans are creatures of pattern too. We find patterns in things. So even if maybe they aren't related, I'm just finding patterns in things. Alright, the lids off to the side. Alright, we've got our half black and gold. Let's just those down. Alright, let's start getting some lids on things so we can get them out of the way. Set that over there. Alright, let's start getting some lids on things so we can get them out of the way. So got all my galaxy dice here. The table's definitely getting a little mess here. Things are starting to set up a little bit. Resin's starting to get a little thicker, but let's get these going. Here's one of our, hopefully, coffee ones. You can kind of see that some of that mica has made its way in and is sunk down, because you can see the kind of darker color up top here. Let me just make sure everything's laying flat there. We'll get our lid on. Let's make sure that 0 is filled. Okay. Alright. There's one lid on. We'll do our other one. This one looks like it has some air bubbles. Let's spritz that down. Alright, we've got our next lid. So I'm going to get these lids on, and then we will pour the last little bit of resin into whatever, whatever molds they will fit into. Here's one of our D2s with the gold and the shimmer. Put this lid on, and then I'm going to actually stack this underneath one of those D10s. I was putting like a little bit too much resin I found in the D2s. So I want to get some of that. I'm going to weigh it down so that the lid sits in the right spot. I'm going to squish out some of that extra resin. I don't want to squish out like all of that extra resin because it needs a little bit of extra, but you know, we'll let gravity help us out a little bit there. Alright, here's this one. Alright, let's see here. Alright, here's one of our matte black D12s. Let me just spritz that down one last time. There's a cat hair here. Gotta get the cat hair out. Alright. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, part of the reason that it's nice to start getting lids on now is that I can start stacking things. I usually end up stacking some things on top of other things, especially the ones that I put the lids on a little bit later. When the resin is a little bit thicker, it's kind of nice to stack something on top of it. But there's our D12. Alright, there's our other D12. How are these looking? This is our ones with the gold and the clear, our blank insert ones. Just want to make sure. I think we've gotten all of our big air bubbles out. I'm just going to add a little bit of extra resin to the D12 because I feel like it's maybe have a little bit more. But let's get our lid on here. Let's spritz this down one more time. A couple of bubbles. A couple of little bubbles. Let's just pop those manually. Yeah, it's definitely starting to get a little bit thicker, so we're going to get these lids on. Oops, I don't have that in the right direction at all. There we go. Alright. Start stacking things a little bit. Alrighty. Got our other D2 here. Put that lid on as well. Alright, there we go. Start getting our other lids on. But yeah, I think that could be fun. Let's try doing a reverse Petrie next Wednesday. I'll have to write that down so that I don't forget. But let's see if we can get kind of that like circular nebula look. I don't know if we will or not, but maybe it could be cool. Make sure that lid's on in the right place. Okay. I'm curious to see how this D20 turns out. I feel like it could be cool, but I guess we'll see. I have no idea how it's going to look on the inside, which is kind of fun. I feel like that's one of the fun things about unmolding things, is that it's always like a little bit of a mystery, just how things are going to turn out. Let's see. It's just, I don't know. It's like I don't know, the same feeling as like when you order something and it shows up in the mail and you're just like, ooh, a present for me, even though you totally ordered it. You know what's in it. Although in this case I don't know what's in it, but it's just like, ooh, a present for me. And sometimes it's like, you know, really ugly socks, and you're just like, oh, that's not what I wanted. But at the same time, you're like, it's socks, they work, they're comfy. Can't complain too much. Can't complain too much about the socks. Alright. Let's get this on here. This is one of the Franken dice. Alright, there we go. And we'll get that out of our way. And this is another one of our Franken dice. They had kind of like a reddish brown too. Oh, I think I need to put this one underneath something else to hold it down. All right. Alright, here's one of our, this is one of the cinnamon ones, so we'll see. I am curious to see how these turn out, especially once I start sanding them, making them matte. But I don't know, I'm kind of curious to see what happens with those, so I'm kind of excited. Let's get our next 4. There's an air bubble on the lid. Oh, you can tell I'm getting tired because my commentary is getting less and less interesting as I go. I feel like I'm literally just like giving a blow by blow of what I'm doing. There's no real like information here. It's just me talking. Well, I guess that's kind of how streams work to a certain extent. Alright, this one just has black. Alright, this one I'm just trying to get looking okay. Alright, let's start getting the lids onto our Galaxy ones. Let's see how these turn out. Streamers have to learn to just talk to yourself. I mean, yeah, pretty much. To be fair, that's never been a problem for me, even before I did streaming. It's weird for me, so, I did realize recently that I have been streaming for about a year as well, which is also strange to me. I don't know. I don't know, it's weird. I've been streaming for about a year, because I remember streaming on Halloween last year. Normally I help run a trunk or treat on Halloween, but that obviously didn't happen last year, and it's not going to happen this year either, so I ended up streaming last Halloween. Man, I need to start thinking time control power would be in handy here. I mean, it's fair. What was I saying? I don't know what day of the year Halloween's on this year. I would assume it's not a Wednesday, so probably won't end up streaming, but... Oh, what I was going to say is I need to figure out what I want to wear for Halloween. Even if I'm not going out, I want to dress up. I like dressing up. What should I dress as for Halloween this year? I don't know. I gotta figure that out. I mean, I can always go look at my wardrobe, like, because I can dress like a vampire on half a minute's chainmail again. I mean, I do have the chainmail. I need to figure out how to store the chainmail. It's literally just in the middle of my bedroom floor at the moment. Like, just as a tripping hazard. I should probably figure out a better spot for that. Oh, this one has a big air bubble on the surface. Yeah, no, I could be like a knight or something. That's definitely an option. I'll have to look and see what day of the week Halloween's on. Or do you happen to know what day of the week Halloween is on this year? If you don't know off the top of your head, no worries. I can go look it up. I'm just a little resin-y at the moment. But I mean, if it is on like a Saturday or something, you know, we could do a Halloween stream. Sunday. Oh, okay. Probably not then. I'll probably have family stuff on Sundays. I usually have family stuff on Sundays. I guess not in the evenings, but still. Alright, let's see here. I could probably use something on top of it. Alright, so we'll stack something there. This one has some air bubbles I can see, so let's get that. Alright. I've probably asked this before, but do you stream Credstick? I know, cause like, you know, I've watched some streams before I ever streamed things myself. So you know, some people are just here to watch, and some people, you know, stream as well. And I can never remember who does what. I'm trying to remember here. No, but you know a lot about. Oh, okay. That's cool too. You probably know more than I do. I don't know much. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. I mean, I guess technically I'm a professional professional because of the 13 cents in ad revenue that I make per month. And, you know, professional just means that you get paid to do it. It doesn't actually specify how much you get paid. Alright, let's see here. What do I got? I got a couple of D6s that have like half one color. Let's fill this one up the rest of the way with this. I think that'll match the red. We'll see if I change some streaming stuff, because I think I've mentioned this before. I think I'm gonna change my Saturday stream to like a video game stream day. I don't play a lot of video games except for Minecraft. Oh, you're a developer and systems admin, so you do IT stuff and help. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I wouldn't necessarily think that those were the same skill set, but I guess it kind of makes sense. You know your equipment and things. Ooh. I should probably get like a microphone for here. I'm literally just using the microphone that is with my webcam. But I don't know. There's just a certain... It would probably be good actually if I got a microphone for here. Probably want to get something with an arm so they could be from above. But I don't know. Man, I just don't want to take the time to figure it out. I probably should. Alright, let's use all of our green here. Yeah, audio, video, and past. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's an important part of streaming as well. I feel like audio is actually almost more important than video. Well, to be fair, I guess I listen to streams more than I watch them. But it's the same with YouTube videos too and stuff. Like, I feel like audio is very important. So I probably should, you know, put some since the person using terrible mic, that's what I was gonna say. I probably should put some more thought into what I'm using for audio. Probably should. To be fair, I just don't know anything about the equipment that's out there and what would work best for my situation. Because I think I definitely need something on and some sort of arm. Because, like, I just don't want to get resin all over everything. That's actually the reason I haven't gotten a microphone for here. Is because I really don't want to get resin on it. Because it's just, I make a mess in here. But I think if it was above, I don't know, it'd probably work out fine. A better macro camera. Would be the best investment. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Do you mean for product photography or for the stream? Because I feel like either one of those would be true. Because that's also a thing. Is I just use my cell phone for product photography. I've debated getting, you know, a nicer camera. I've debated getting a nicer camera even before I did this, because taking photographs is fun, but they're spendy. They're so expensive. I'd rather get equipment for the actual, both really, yeah. For the colors more. That's actually a good point, yeah. Because the camera that I'm currently using for stream definitely distorts the colors and doesn't have the best, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word for how light works with various cameras where it can't pick up the contrast well. So something that could actually pick up the little bit of contrast between like the darker colors with the lighter shimmers and stuff would be good. I don't know why I put that lid on right there. I should have let that sit for a little bit longer, but that's okay. If you have any recommendations, though, I'd love to get recommendations. Are you in the Discord, Crud Stick? Everyone has different names, I feel like. So I don't actually know. D6. Oh yes, okay. Yes, you're TNW on Discord. Yeah, if you have like recommendations on equipment and stuff that you think would be good, if you want to just shoot me a message on Discord, I would love suggestions. Like, you know, if people have ideas for things that could improve my streams or any part of my business really, I do always love to hear ideas. I know maybe it sounded like I was ungrateful for your ideas earlier, but I do really appreciate your thoughts on ways to make what I'm doing better. So I always want to make what I'm doing the best it can be, even if I do just kind of stream for fun. I'm not planning on this being my big money maker or anything. I just like hanging out and chatting. Plus, I think it is kind of fun for like folks that order stuff from me to be able to see. Yeah. Everyone's got them. Yeah. To be fair, like, I think that as long as people give like constructive stuff at this point, like, and by that I mean like suggestions for how to make things better as opposed to what they don't like about the current. Like, even if I don't agree with the suggestion, like, it's just like, oh, okay, I won't do that. But, you know, I don't know. I guess I've learned to be confident enough or something, something like that, to just like appreciate suggestions and not always follow them. I feel like that's the best way to do it too. It's good to like listen to what people say, but not always do what people say. But not always don't do what people say too, just to be spiteful. Alright, let's do a D6 here. Let's do, I think, a D20, because I think that might be kind of cool with this black. There's so many things to think about, and everyone has their own opinion on how something should be. Yeah, that's why there's like certain things that like, it's like two people trying to cook in the same kitchen. Like, at least in my experience, that never ends up working well. Let's do this. Actually, I'll do D20. Alright. Because, like, everyone does things completely different when it comes to how they cook. And, like, you know, I can be in the kitchen with someone else if they are cooking and they want to give me things to do. I don't really cook much. My brother does all the cooking at my house, which is good because he's an excellent cook and enjoys it. But, like, if you have multiple people trying to cook in the same kitchen, they quite often, stream layout, audio, lighting, etc. Yeah, that's fair. I think I would like to get things more polished, though. I haven't put a lot of time and energy. I recently added things. I do actually have, like, a spot for chat and my face cam and stuff. Because, like, I did have that before, but it was just so ugly. So, like, I added that, but that was fairly recently. And it would be nice. I think I want to figure out some music, maybe, for the pre-stream page, at least. I don't really want music to be playing while I am... the reason I don't have music that goes while I'm working on things is because I think it would make it difficult to understand what I'm saying, especially when I'm wearing the respirator. But for, like, the pre-stream page, because, you know, I have a page that I have up before I stream just to give people time to kind of show up and figure out that I'm actually streaming things before I actually start. Pretzel Rocks. Yeah, actually, I have looked at Pretzel Rocks. I should get that figured out. I didn't like that it posted all of, like, it kept posting, I mean, I guess it's good to a certain extent, but it posts all of the song titles and everything into the chat automatically, which is, I don't know, it's just kind of annoying. But on the other hand, you know, it's kind of nice. So then people can find the songs if they want to. But yeah, I do have a friend that uses Another dice maker in here. You don't have to do that if you show title on screen. Oh, okay. I should get that figured out. I would prefer that, yeah. I could put that above like the chat box or something. I'll take a look at that. Alright, let's use the last of our little gold. Okay, there's the gold, and then I was thinking of using the white in here, but I think I'm actually going to use this, the iridescent and the copper flake and stuff, because I think that might look good with the black and the gold. Alright, I'll look into the options on that. Actually, if I'm just going to play it on my starting screen page, I could just have it on there. Because like I said, I don't really want to play music while I'm talking, just because I think it could make it difficult to understand. Maybe it's just me who can't listen to multiple things at once, but I'm already muffled when I'm wearing the respirator. But yeah, alright, I'll take a look at that. I was hoping for a little bit more resin here. Chat text on screen is not needed anymore. So... Oh, but I post these to YouTube. I post all my VODs to YouTube. So I don't know. I feel like a lot of my stream is me chatting with folks, and it would be very confusing for folks that decide to watch this on YouTube later if they don't have half of the conversation. I see what you're saying though. Yep. I don't know that a ton of people watch on YouTube. But I have had a couple of people stop by recently who said that they found me on YouTube, which I didn't really expect, but sweet. So any last little bit of clear? Not really. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I don't know. That's probably one of those things where it's a personal preference sort of thing. Alright, let's use the last little bit of this clear here with the Oh, there's a way to add the chat logs or without having it on screen. Is that what you're saying? I'm not quite sure I understand what feature this is. Oh, there we go. I think I finally have maybe just enough for this D20. Maybe not quite. Okay. And there's still a little bit of resin from here for this lid. Okay. Alright, that's starting to set up a little bit. Huh. Didn't know that was an option. Copying from Twitch and posting a link on YouTube to it rather than taking it. Except that I guess I don't know where that is, because you know the streams don't last forever. I'm basically just making like a backup on YouTube, because you know the streams only last for 14 days before they no longer exist on Twitch. So I guess I was kind of assuming that was a thing. I don't want to stick. I don't want to reach. I don't want to run into all the resin there. Let's do a cinnamon D6. Yeah, I don't know, it sounds like there's a lot of functionality that I just haven't looked into as well. I've gone for whatever was apparent and easy to me as opposed to actually looking around so much, but it's funny because I really am not a big tech person. Like I can figure things out, like user end stuff, but I just have no interest in it. I have a friend that's like very much into like building PCs and stuff. And he's just like, hey, what are your specs? I'm like, I don't know. I'd have to go look. It's part of the closed caption features you can add to your stream. Oh, I see. Oh, you're talking about a transcript of the stream itself. Oh, I was talking about the chat. Maybe we're talking about two different things. All right, let's get these figured out. To be fair, some sort of closed captions might be good. I don't know how well. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I was just confused about what we were talking about. Closed caption plus export of chat. Okay, so it's two different. Okay, I didn't realize that we were talking about two separate things. I thought we were still talking about like the same chat thing. But all right. Just got a little bit of resin left. Oh my gosh. We'll add some white to this one. Alright, there's a part of that. Let's see here. I've got just some random little bits left. Here. I'll throw those. Actually, here, I'll throw that into here. We'll try this out. This white is very, very kind of strangely thick. Combining Twitch chat output with your closed captions to give you the total trend. Oh, I see what you're saying. Man, this sounds like nerd stuff. No, yeah, that I'd have to look into it. I don't know if that's something that I want to put the time and energy into, but it'd be something interesting to look at anyways. I mean, closed captions are always good. I don't know how well they would work for my stream. I don't know if they'd be able to like hear me well enough or not. If it's automatic closed captions, but I do enjoy having closed captions on things. I like watching things with subtitles on. Alright. So this one I'm just trying to kind of fill it in enough to get the lid on. Oh, the program's really good this year. Alright, cool. I'll have to try that out at some point and see how it goes. The bubbles rise to the surface on that before I put the lid on. Alright, let's start getting some of these lids on. Even though the bubbles aren't popping too well, I think we need to get these into the pressure pot because things are getting sticky. We're going to end up in a sticky situation if I don't get these into the pressure pot soon. Oh, okay. Yeah, because the resin's getting rather thick. Come on, stop falling over. California, California. Alright. Yeah, some of these have quite a few bubbles, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We might end up with some surface bubbles, but hopefully not too many. Yes, it's nerd stuff. Twitch API and Twitch WeChat exports. Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. I'll have to figure out where that stuff's at, but probably under the content, or if not, I'll do some googling. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Google Foo is your friend. Yeah. That I can do. That I can do. Alright, let's see here. Assuming I have enough. Oh man, yeah, this is definitely getting rather thick, because this lid does not want to go on all that well. So, yeah, I think I might just call this good. I'll throw the last little bit into this. This is just like a blank base for a keyboard key, and I can paint it and stuff. So I'll just throw this last little bit of random color in here and see if we can fill up one of these. Which is kind of sad because I do like this multi-chrome green color. I guess I could add that to something else, but that's fine. Yeah, is making a mess a job? Man, if making messes was a job, I would be like so good at that. I could have been working from the age of 3. I don't know. I've always been. To be fair, I feel like I make less of a mess now than I used to in the past. I definitely could have made even more of a mess. That's why I have paint clothes upstairs. I should do some more painting. I'm a natural. It's true. I guess that makes sense. So my mom always used to joke that I started talking at 18 months and I haven't shut up since. So I guess that lines up with the whole gift of gab thing, or at least just gift of not shutting up. So I need something that involves me making a mess and also talking a lot. Apparently, maybe this is my calling. All right. Well, let's see here. I'm trying to get this last little bit of resin in here, and then I think we'll. Your 2-year-old has it too, yeah. Oh yeah. Just never stops, even in their sleep. Oh wow. I was gonna say that's just 2-year-olds, but man. Oh man. Yeah, that was probably me. That's probably me at 2 years old. Sorry, I'm just reminded, so I had a neuropsychological exam done when I was in 1st grade, because I was having trouble getting my work done, which, side note, they really should have diagnosed me with ADHD then. I don't know why they didn't, but, they're so cute. Oh, can't say bad about it. Oh, but, I went and read through it again as an adult, which is why I said, I probably should have been diagnosed with ADHD a lot sooner than the age of 26. But one of the things in it that was just like, oh yeah, probably was one of the comments in it was Elizabeth has a very good vocabulary and talks a lot, but usually not about the topic on hand. And I'm just like, yeah, yeah. Basically, very, very professional way of saying that I did not shut up. I don't know, it was just amusing to me as an adult. All right. Okay, I think that is everything. I've got all of my mess on my table and all of my things on my tray. So, alright, let's move that down. So I'm going to go put these into the pressure pot and get them all ready to go curing. Thank you for stopping by. Like I said, I will not be streaming on Saturday, but I'll post pictures on Discord. And I will hopefully see you guys again on Wednesday. So thanks for stopping by. Good chatting with you, Credit Stick. And I will see you guys later. Bye!